Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Europe Triathlon Championships. As I'm sure many of you are aware, we've had some problems in Madrid for the races that took place yesterday. Due to the water quality, we had to reduce the event to duathlon, and the same has happened here. There's an official announcement that went up from Europe Triathlon that explained the heavy rain last night had really made the water conditions so bad that it was not safe to put the athletes in. I know this is a major disappointment for many of the athletes, but at the end of the day, it is the athletes' health and safety that is far more important. We cannot walk away from this. So the organisers, in connection with the medical committee on the ground and also with World Triathlon and the Crisis Advisory Group, who support all of these events, they decided to have the swim removed, and now it will be a run European Championships. The run will take place entirely in the location where the swim would have been. So we're going to see a very exciting opening session, which will be a 4.8k run, followed by the bike course. Now the bike course will be the same as before. It's about a 3.1k loop out to the centre of the town, and then a series of laps around the city. That will give you 39.5k, and then the final run will be 4 laps of 2.5, and that will take you to the finish in front of the magnificent Palacio Real. So the athletes are being introduced. As before, they're introduced in their race order. We've got an interesting lineup, and I'm sure some of the athletes today will be really upset that the swim is not taking place. We've got a variety of European Championships, juniors, under 23s, and worlds. We've got a total of 56 women, 20 nations represented, and 8 athletes from Spain. That's the biggest team. Heading up the start list is, as you've seen just now, Miriam Casillas Garcia. She had a 7th place in Munich last year. She's got the advantage of the home crowds, but behind her, just coming into the screen now, we can see Sandra Dode coming into view. Now, this is an athlete who is a former European duathlon champion. She's very fast on the opening run. So I'm wondering whether or not she's going to be able to pull something out of the bag and really take off with the first run. Barbara de Koning there from the Netherlands. Very heavy racing schedule so far this year. Could well upset the order. Petra Kurzikova, she has beaten both Lisa Terch, Sandra Dode and Kate Woff last year. Could be leading on the run there. Claire Michel from Belgium, hoping for a good race today. Gmür from Switzerland there. Nora Gmür. She had a silver in Weert in the European Championships. We've just seen Jeanine Vermeulen, silver medal in Bergen last year. From Italy, Costanza Arpinelli, very successful athlete in the juniors. Tanja Neubert, gold in Hammamet 2021, 22 and 23. And also last year in the Yenişehir race that took place in Turkey. So picking their places at the front there, Kate Woff, Olivia Mathias from Great Britain. Now Kate Woff, European champion a few years back, but Lisa Tauch there from Germany, watch out for her run. She has history, and this is going to be a course now that will be playing straight into her hands. 2 Slovakian athletes there, Gajdusova and Michaličková. Michaličková, a record of wins in snow and on the summer triathlon circuit. Jeanne Lair to the left there, racing now for Luxembourg, previously racing for France alongside Audrey Mel. It's going to be quite an intense start. Kalle Jensen there to the right is our head referee from Norway. So there we go. The top 10 there. Miriam Casillas Garcia leading out with number 1. based upon her European rankings. Also, number 33 there, watch out for Tilda Manson. Why should we watch out for Tilda Manson? Well, last year was a bit of a spectacular year for her. Racing as a junior, she became the Junior World Triathlon Champion in Montreal. She won a gold medal in the very first World Cup in Bergen. She's the Junior European and World Champion. 7 golds out of 19 races. No swim today, that's going to play right into her hands. Young, but with Madrid, a few years back we had a European Cup here, and one of the junior athletes won the entire race over a sprint distance, and her explanation was, well, the elite, they have tactics, I just went hard. Madrid, it's been a fantastic venue. The organisers are well experienced in putting on class events. Our first ever international event here back in 1992. And that was a European Duathlon Championship with the wins going to Spencer Smith from Great Britain and Thea Sijbsma from the Netherlands. Since then, 10 World Cups, 3 WTS races, 3 Parrot events, 3 European Cups and a European Cup final. And here we are, all those years later, with the European Triathlon Championships, which is being run over a duathlon. We'll be starting at 11:15, so you'll hear the good old heartbeats coming along in a minute. Intense lapping around the Caso di Campo, keeping well away from the water. Tension building. And they're off. Maya Kingma, she didn't really have the race that she wanted to have in Cagliari yet. That really didn't come together for her. But she's become a real potent athlete for the Netherlands. And her run and swim together have been very strong, and hopefully she'll be able to do something today that will put to bed those ghosts from Cagliari. Jeanne Lair, I think they're from Luxembourg, moving out towards the front, taking control of it as the athletes jostle for position, because that start was quite narrow, let's face it. You on your swim start, you've got a huge expanse of the swim pontoon, and the athletes will get into a position of domination quite soon on. Lisa Terch there, sitting on the shoulder of Lair. Audrey Mel just to the left. Katja Scher coming through on the left-hand side in the red uniform for Switzerland. Arpinelli looking good there. Yeah, she's taking an outside route there. Right at the back there from Ukraine, we have Kurik, and I think that's de Koning from the Netherlands. A strange position for her, because generally Barbara de Koning would be pushing the pace a little bit. Perhaps just settling in, waiting for the legs to get used to the run. So Leia pushing forwards, Terch, Casillas, Mel, Kate Woff in the mix there. We'll be hearing from some of the athletes during the course of the bike section, which is, don't forget, 7 laps. So we'll hear a little bit from each of the ones we interviewed yesterday. So Jeanne Lair used to race for France. She had a 5th place in Cagliari just recently. Good warm-up for this race. Bronzes this year already in Quartera. That's the one of the opening races in the season on a very an interesting course. The bike course has got a huge climb in it, so she can. She's demonstrated that she can ride the bike on a tough course and then a very flat run course to finish off with. As a junior, she was also picking up medals around the circuit, including a silver in the 2015 Europeans that took place in Geneva. There she is. Just to her left is Lisa Terch. Now Lisa Terch, she had a really great start to her racing career by taking the junior title in the Duathlon Championships in Kalkar back in 2016. There, afterwards, she had a period when she wasn't actually getting the results she really could have got. But 2022 came together after a fantastic series of races in 2019. Holton, she won. It was a Premium Cup. Then she went out to the World Cup in Antwerp, won that race, won the very flat race in Dnipro. But 2022, a series of wins in Alanya, Valencia. Didn't get the result she wanted in Munich. That was a real upset for her. 13th she was in Munich. But out of her 55 starts, 23 podiums and 12 wins. A very powerful runner. The circumstances today have played right into her hands. Now Olivia Mathias there sat quite a way back in the pack. She won't want to lose touch with them too much at the front. Mathias is a good cyclist, and she'll be wanting to get a decent position in the lead group, so she can't afford to be too far away from that leading section of runners. I must admit, it looks a bit odd looking at some of the athletes wearing socks, because generally we don't see them wearing socks. On the right hand side there, the blue uniform with the yellow flashes, that is Tilda Manson, and just watch out for her. She's going to use this 5k to get in a good position. She can hold it on the bike, and then for the final 10k run, that's going to be interesting to see whether or not she can pull away and take a European title, having moved up so recently from the juniors. Sandra Dode there looking very comfortable just behind Audrey Mel. This would be interesting if Audrey Mel can add to her 2021 European duathlon title another title over a duathlon course. That would be a good collection for her. The course she raced in Tagomorish in Transylvania, much more technical than this. Very, very tight turns, downtown race, lots of excitement on the course from supporters, and you're going to get lots of excitement and support here. The course in Madrid, as we said, 1992 it started, and the Spanish Federation have really got together, and the way they present the races, the infrastructure they put in around the events, fantastic. Sian Rainsley there for Great Britain, moving up just behind Mathilde Gauthier. Prestia and Misaglia there from Italy. In fact, all three athletes from Italy there tucked into the left-hand side of the pack are Pinelli, Prestia and Misaglia. And you can see just on the side of the road there's a bit of the evidence of the rain that came down last night. The races yesterday were converted to duathlon because of the water quality. Well, the rain last night just caused chaos, and it's a very simple decision for the technical team to take. You cannot run the risk of the athletes being put into water that's not safe. So the water quality tests, they're done in a sequence building up to the event, and of course if there's any question about it, then the medical committee will have a look, and then plan B comes into operation. So the French, well placed at the front. Katia Scher still leading. Casillas just up there. But the French team with Jean Lehr, they're looking good. Lisa Terch still in second place. They're looking very comfortable. Dangerous position for her. She's for Scher, that is. Terch just on her shoulders, in command. Tilda Manson coming up on the left-hand side, just in contact with that lead group. Claire Michel from Belgium on the right hand side of our picture in the light blue uniform, looking very good there, just on the side. I think that's Kate Woff just taking a bit of a decision to move forwards on the right hand side. Kate Woff is the reigning under-23 world champion. She won that title in Abu Dhabi last year. She's a junior champion from 2017, and a big shout out from all the guys up in Newcastle upon Tyne, Northern Trier. We saw the posts on social media giving a big shout out for the race today. And there's Gorjikova on the right hand side in the Czech uniform. That's the one I said that she's beaten some of the best runners here. Silver medal winner she was in Kazan when we had the sprint distance championship back in 2019. But her 2022 performances, beating Tauch, Dode and Woff, that's a big warning to them all. So into their run, 9 minutes and 18 seconds down. That, I think, just a quick glimpse there of our German athlete. That was, in fact, Marlene Gomez-Gergel. She had a fantastic race, a standout performance, giving her a gold medal in Arzakena back in 2021. A sprint from her right at the end of the race. It was amazing to watch. But that running style on the left-hand side, Tilda Manson. Léa Konings tucked in there as well for the French team, Mathieu Gauthier. So Rainsley Matthias, it's a really interesting group here. This group together, if they can accelerate a little bit more, if they have a clean transition, this is going to be a very potent mix out on the bike course. And we just see the Turkish uniform of Siska Tus there. Previously raced for Spain, now moved her allegiance across through the neutral badge of World Triathlon to race for Turkey. Now we can't be that far away from T1. You can see there's a bit of a check there from Lisa Terz, just making sure how many people are behind her. And Casillas Garcia tucked in there, wearing number 1. She's a tough athlete with titles on the cross triathlon circuit as a junior back in 2011, but she's consistently getting the results, which is why she's wearing number 1 today. The numbers are calculated on the performances around the European circuit. But her 7th in Munich last year, not the result she wanted, and today I'm sure she's going to be hoping for a far higher position. Jolien Vermeulen from Belgium tucked in there as well. These are all the athletes we expected to see at the front end, given it's now a duathlon rather than the triathlon. Lisa Tauch taking control there at the front. A bit of shade for them, some fresh air in the Campo before they start the 3.1 kilometer bike leg that takes them up to the city centre, and then the series of laps around the iconic sites of Madrid. And quite how the Federation managed to get a finish so close to the Palace, I don't know, but what an iconic way to finish a European Championship, or any race. Now Prestia there from Italy, desperately trying to hold and get back into that group. Don't lose contact with them. The organisers and the technical team have spoken to the coaches and to the athletes, and they've made a special arrangement. This is a split transition race, so there's a transition down here in the Campo, and then the second transition is up in town. And so in order for the athletes to have shoes for both runs, some of them will want to have the same shoes, some of them will want different shoes. the organisers and the technical team have listened to the athletes and the coaches, and they've made special arrangement for the coaches to get into T2 to set up the shoes as their athletes want. So that's a big shout out to the technical team. Kalle Jensen from Norway as head referee, Duncan Huff as technical delegate from Great Britain. Olivia Matthias just behind Kate Woff there. Siska Tus striding out there in the Turkish uniform. Bartholomew from Belgium just ahead of them. But the pace is picking up now. Just to the left of the very short athlete is Audrey Mel. Recently had some success in the racing for the police. Oh no, Audrey Mel, sorry, he's in the military. Fully sponsored by the military. She's part of the professional army in France. And we can hear the atmosphere beginning to build as the athletes making their way towards the race village, as it were, and for T1. A bit of jostling for position. Now this is where just before the race, I'm not sure if you all heard it, the race referee clearly announced that all of the equipment had to be placed into the box. So the technical officials will be really on top of this to make sure that nobody gains an advantage. Bit of a twist and turn as they come into transition. Now those athletes with the lower numbers, straight down to the front, as we see Lisa Terch first there, Casillas Garcia second. They've run the length of the transition area and now on the bikes, not Terch off first, Casillas, Dode, Woff, Gojikova, Mel has just gone out, Sean Rainsley just going through there, Bartolomei, Woff, Siska Tus, Misalia from Italy, Gomez Gurgel from Germany. So just getting into the rhythm now, making that 3.1 kilometer run through to the centre of the town. Lisa Terch leading the race. I'm sure she'll be joined by the others very shortly, but at the moment she's just getting used to the saddle, getting her feet comfortable. And off they go. The blue carpet, right at the end of the blue carpet is a mountain line. As you can just pick out a slight green shading there, which is the mountain line. And there in the distance is the city, and that 3 kilometer loop is going to take them up to a very technical, exciting circuit of 7 laps, each lap 5.2 kilometers around the city until they finish their bike course. T2 will be with a great backdrop, and then the final 10k, 4 laps of 2.5. Lisa Terch just looking over her shoulder there to see where the athletes are behind her. They'll be bunching up together, just trying to get the right position. There's about 2,000 age groupers racing this weekend, so it's been wonderful to see the support from all round Europe. That was Miriam Casillas Garcia just edging up to catch up with Terch. Audrey Mel, Matthias there, Gauthier, Alisa Koenig from Switzerland, Tilda Manson dropped down a bit. She's going to be a bit frustrated with that. She did so well in the run earlier, and that's all come a little bit undone. So she'll be working hard to try and bridge that gap. Now they're onto the better surface. Having gone through the park where there's a few cobblestones, they're now out onto the very, very good quality downtown circuit. And as you can see, yep, strung out a bit, but they'll be bunching up shortly, and hopefully, as a peloton, be working together to try and shake off any threat from behind. The authorities in Madrid working hand in hand with the organisers. A real shout out to the city. They've welcomed thousands of athletes and their families. It's been a big boost to the economy in Madrid, but they've given back as well. They've given back by allowing the race to take place and shutting down most of the city. Hopefully, if there's been, hopefully there weren't any infringements in transition, but if there were any infringements, then the athletes will be serving penalties on the final run course. For those of you who are triathletes, I'm not going to repeat all of the penalties because I'm sure you know them by now, but there's a time penalty for anybody who discards their equipment outside the box or mounts the bike before the mount line. And basically the penalties are in place to take away any advantage that might have been gained by doing something they're not supposed to. And so for the elite racing, we find that the penalty box will be out on the run course, and that will be clearly marked some 200 to 400 metres from the finish, and that will be where they serve their 1, 2 or 3 time penalties, depending on how many time penalties they've picked up. That could obviously affect the final race. Nice snappy climb. Madrid isn't flat by any chance, so this is a nice bit of a snappy climb up into the city. Oh, what glorious weather. For those of you in Great Britain who are enjoying the holidays, at least with the half term for the children, down in Kent it's been horrendous. Down in Cornwall it's been glorious. Up the coast towards the northeast it's been glorious. But for those who travelled out to Madrid, fantastic. As you can see, there's a mix of road surfaces to make it quite exciting for the athletes, and this is where they're going to see the crowd. This look, fantastic. The way that the whole event has been branded, look at this. This is absolutely top class, and the Spanish once again have put on a fantastic event. We've had the age groupers, we've had the paras, we've got the age grouper race again today, and look at this. Some very fast sections. Okay, not entirely sure what's going on there, but obviously a bit of caution. They want the athletes to be a bit more cautious as they go onto this section. The rain last night thankfully has dried off, because otherwise this would have been, oof, that's a bit close. Otherwise it would have been pretty dicey out on this section. At the front now, it looks like we've got a bit of a breakaway. So Touch will have been working with, I think that was Casillas, Garcia and Merrill. Tilda Manson there, quite a way back now from the position she'd like to be in. If she can afford to lose 30 to 45 seconds on the bike, because that's something she can easily make up on the run. there. Collins tucked in there. In fact, she's just dropped off the back of that pack. That's not a good sign for her. She's going to have to work hard if she wants to keep in contact with that group, because in the position she's at the moment, she's getting no benefit from that group. I think that's Katja Scher, who's now edged into the lead. Just taking a bit of a... pushing a little bit harder just to get an advantage going into that technical section. Colin still out of contact with that group. Maya Kingma. No, she obviously didn't have the transition she wanted. But her bike power is a lot stronger. So we're going to hear from Audrey Mel. Okay, she said it was a great moment because the military side of things is really important to us. It's the army that allows us to live from our sport and be serene all year round, so as to win this gold medal as a team, because that was her team that won in Brive, and also with my little sister. That was great. Here in Madrid we've got a very urban course, so it's completely different to the course we had in Brive. Yeah, there's a hill, she says, but it's the urban infrastructure means that the course is a bit more technical, with some parts that are even a bit challenging. We've got some big names in the French team, and the idea is for everyone to put in the best performance possible. After that, if the scenario allows us to implement the team strategy, I think we'd be well advised to use it. So not giving an awful lot away, but the French team, very, very strong. We'll be hearing from some of the other athletes as the laps unfold. That looks like Jolien Vermeulen from Belgium, in a bit of no man's land there, and she's with Noelia Juan from Spain, and the two of them are off the pace there, not really in contention. As you can see, Audrey Mel said it is quite a technical course and it's quite varied. You've got obviously the underpass there, so there's no real place for anyone to sit back and just let it happen. This is a race where you've got to push the whole time, and Manson there, she needs to push a bit harder, because losing contact with that leading group is not a good thing at all. The lead has been split up a little bit. That's a surprise, really. You've got the two German athletes. I think Tauch is not in that leading group. In fact, that wasn't Vermeulen, that was Valérie Barthélemy from Belgium. We know that she can run, so that's a shame for her that she's missed out that opportunity. She had the third fastest run a couple of years ago in Calgary, which was a dead flat race. The athletes have trained specifically for a triathlon, so coming into this now and finding it's a duathlon, if they went too fast in that opening 5k run, that could really rock the system, and they're finding now perhaps that the bike is not working as they felt it should. And these snappy climbs that are part of the Madrid course, creating even more of a challenge for them. Quite sure why we got an electric scooter on the course there. I think that was one of the coaches getting a little bit excited. So, time check there, just on the right hand side of the picture. Oh, that must be awful. Sitting there, watching that group just edge away. Jolien Vermeulen watching the group pull away in front of her. How disheartening that must be. Come on, dig deep. Don't lose contact. Come on, push. That's it. So the leading group there, we have in that mix Lisa Tauch from Germany, Miriam Casillas Garcia, Katja Scher, she's the under-23 European champion from 2022 on that very short snappy race that took place in Olsztyn. Can she add an elite medal to her collection? Kate Woff has moved to the front now. We've got the timing chips working nicely. Tanja Neubert, Lisa Tauch. So Kate Woff and Tanja Neubert, that's going to be... So it was Tanja Neubert. The German athletes, they will pick and choose some races around the outskirts of the European circuit. So Tanja Neubert, with the instruction and guidance of her team management, has picked up a gold medal for the last 3 years, 21, 22 and this year, in Yasmin Hammamet, one of the African Cups. There she is at the moment with Kate Woff and Lisa Tauch leading the race. Maya Kingma tucked at the back of that group. She's going to need to pull forwards through that group. She's bridged the difference that was created by her not having such a good transition, and she's now up there. She's in contention with that leading group. Sian Rainsley there, just off the pace, needs to work a little bit harder to try and bridge that gap. There's about 50 meters between her and the leading group. And here we're going to hear from Miriam Casillas Garcia. Well, I think playing at home always has an advantage, she says. The truth is, it's a circuit that I love, and Madrid has been my second home, or my home, for more than 7 years. It's a very tough circuit, but for me personally, a tough circuit is the one I like. So I'll try and make it work in my favour, as I say, and the truth is that I think it's going to be a very spectacular circuit, full of spectators, which I think will give us an extra boost. I think we'll have to see what the dynamics of the race are like from the swim and then on. Well, the swim's changed. Each of us will have to play our cards right and see if we have to push harder on the bike or not. But, well, to be in the race and as far ahead as possible, I think that's the goal in the end, so that I can get down to race with the challenge of fighting for everything. So Miriam Casillas Garcia letting us know how she thinks is going to go for her. So Kate Woff in that leading group with Neubert and Tauch next to her. Kate Woff, said earlier, she's the under-23 world champion. She had the title in Kitzbühel back in 2017 as junior. This year she's been racing on the WTS circuit with a 5th in Yokohama. Last year, pretty impressive, 3rd in Bergen of the World Cup, that was a tough course, 5th in Pontevedra, and a couple of seconds, Tongyong in Korea and Hyundai, the 2nd there. So that's in the World Cup races, racing at a very high level. And transition from junior through to under 23 to an elite athlete very, very well. So Neubert, Scher and Tauch, they've dropped Kate Woff. She's disappeared off that leading group. She'll be tucked in behind somewhere. Jean Lea from Luxembourg, Miriam Casillas, Pintanel from Spain, Dode and Claire Michel from Belgium. Kate Woff now tucked about 8th place back. Audrey Mel, Kozhikova, these are some fast runners. Now this group working together, they need to create a gap. The bigger the gap they can create, they can then lessen the threat from the potentially faster runners who are slightly off the pace at the moment. But Kozhikova in that group, she's going to be a big threat to the Spanish, the Brits, the French. So 36 minutes of the race down, a leading group of about 8 working hard to try and pull away from the threats that are in the chasing peloton. What a great course design. Such a variety of things, of conditions we can see. Underpasses, cobblestones, Grand Palace, great wide boulevards, loads and loads of spectators. A big shout out to the Spanish Federation for putting on such a fantastic event. And just see Mathilde Gauthier from France at the back of that group as they start the climb. As the sun rises and gets hotter and hotter, it's going to make it rather more of a challenge for the elite men who'll be starting later on. And as the age groupers who finished their races this morning make their way back onto the course to give support to the elite athletes, we can expect to see even bigger crowds out there. So Lisa Tauch looking very, very confident there. Just as she went around the corner, you could see she was relaxed, she was standing on the pedals, working hard. Now with the race, not only are the athletes racing for points, but of course they'll be racing for prize money. There's €80,000 up for grabs, and of course that will be split equally between the men and the women. €80,000. That's not a bad purse to race for. The crowds, as you can see, they're now beginning to build around this fantastic palace in the centre of Madrid. So we've got about 16 in that leading group. Audrey Mel, good to see her racing again. She had a bit of a glitch to the start a couple of years ago when she went into transition off the bike. I think it was in the race in Cowley, and she managed to really badly cut her foot as she came off the bike, and of course stitches in that put the racing on hold for about 2 or 3 weeks. But she gradually built up, came back, taking a silver this year in Quatera on that technical bike course, fast run course. But she's also been picking up medals on the World Cup circuit, with a gold in Tongyong last year, and of course the European title back in 2021 for duathlon. As an under-23 athlete, she was also very, very good, with a gold at the Cup final, the World Championship, sorry, in Chicago. And we're going to hear now from Katja Scher from Switzerland. She said that in Munich, the individual bike course was flat. In the relay, there was a lot of climbs, and that really suited me. So, especially the technical parts, I think I had a good advantage there. I haven't seen the climb here yet. I'm looking forward to seeing it tomorrow at the bike familiarisation. I think it should be an advantage. After that, I'm not one of the lightest athletes, so the climb isn't necessarily my strong point, but cycling is, and I think that can still make a difference. So still with our leading group, with the German and French athletes, and Kate Wash sitting at the back there, and Katja Scher tucked in. Jeanne Leer, and that's going to be interesting. She's stuck in there, and she's in a good position. She's been running well this year. Marta Pintanel, there in the Spanish uniform. Now, she comes to this race with a good duathlon background. She's the European duathlon champion from 2019 in Tagomores, Ponte Umbria in Spain 2020. That was the last race we had before the lockdown. And then 2021 back in Tagomores. So 3 times European under-23 champion. And this is really coming to her today on her home bench, Madrid. Here she is. And it's
Un poquito más, esto no es Madrid, esto no es Madrid. Hay que mirar a Madrid, hay que hacer como lo hiciera. Cuando mira, aparte de esto no lo sé. Venga, vamos, 1, 2,
already on the American they're not too far. Pintanel moving to the front, ahead of Touch. We'll be happy for a bit of a break. And Moiba just behind her. Between the two of them, I'd definitely say that we could
riding alone. los últimos 10 kilómetros de carrera 100. Hemos visto el ruido que hace la banda del Palacio Real. Me voy a hacer un poquito de esta pequeña canción, donde tenemos todos los intentos por el aplauso, por favor. Gracias, aplauso. It's a wall from Julia Kekonen from Finland. Tenemos a Julia Kekonen. Está por aquí. Bueno, a ver, por aquí también sabemos hacer ruido o no. Toda la gente que está por aquí es capaz de hacer ruido o no. Sabemos que hay mucho más, que la gente es mejor herramienta. Venga, vamos, 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 vamos. Bueno, bien, bien, vamos bien. Luego combinamos las dos, Hombre, lo han conseguido. No se nos usa ¡vamos, arriba, Madrid! Dios la sabéis. No está entonado. Son
If you've lost me, it's because we've had a bit of a technical problem. I'm not sure if you can hear the commentary still, but here we are, the leading group of about 12, 13 athletes. The pace is gradually picking up. We'll be looking at the splits, and they are pushing the pace. They are trying to create that group, that gap between them and anybody. So once again, that hill being used by the athletes just to push and try to edge ahead, increasing the pace. Audrey Mel sat in the middle there, Lisa Terch to the left. Petya Sher, she's saying that she's not on the lighter side, but her position still is very good with that leading group. And you saw that being in that position now, she ran extremely well perfectly. Interesting to see the first campaign. But Petya Sher, looking strong. Just got to gradually edging her way back. Tremendous. If you ever get a chance to race in Madrid, if you're an age group and you want to go to a race, every time there's a World Cup or a European Cup, then the organisers will put on an open race. And we've been trying to suggest this for years that when you see the open races, don't race it. Don't have a look in the night. You'll have a blue carpet finish with all of the structure, and you'll be part of the open race on the beach train surface, and keep an eye open for the calendar. It's all up on the Europe Triathlon website, or the World Triathlon website, and continue these races, particularly in Madrid. One booking for a long weekend away, and enjoy the atmosphere. Just to remind you, the bike course is, apart from the 3.1 kilometers taking you from Casa de Campo up to the main loop around the city, then it's 7 laps of 5.2k. So by now the athletes have got into a pattern. They're recognising the sections where they can attack. They all had the bike modernization a couple of days ago. This is when, again, the city works very closely with the organisers, and at a specific time everything is locked down, and we take the athletes out onto the course. It's not a session, it's a chance for the athletes with their coaches to familiarise themselves with any imperfections that are on the course, also for the areas where they think they might want to attack or where they want to take it easy. So they're getting more and more familiar with it now. We've seen that same group there, Couch looking very strong, tucked in just behind Claire Michel there from Belgium. Again, this is a good position for her. The threat, I think, is Couch. She's looking very strong. She's at command in the early part of the run, but around her you have the other athletes. You've got Godet, you've got Mel, you've got Kate Wolf, you've got Kurjikova from the Czech Republic. They are the big threats, I think, to the race that's now become a duathlon. Now the athletes, if you look back through the history of racing, which is a wonderful thing to do, if you have a few minutes, go onto the World Triathlon or Europe Triathlon results page and just dig around and look. An athlete who's a good runner, who's in the lead group, but has a low number. And I'll give Alistair Brownlee as an example, because Cagliari a few years ago, Alistair came in wearing number 52. It meant that when he came off the bike, and he was pretty much first or second off the bike, he racked his bike at number 52. By the time the other athletes wearing the lower numbers had racked their bikes, Alistair was running past them and out of transition, because he ran into transition, dropped the bike off, had his shoes on and was gone, whereas they had to run all the way through transition. So any athlete in this leading group now, if they can hold that position and they have a low number, potentially they have a greater advantage over the others. And we're talking about a matter of seconds here. Then against that argument is of course the fact that it's a 10k run, 5 laps of 2.5k. Katja Scher, good attack there from her. Couch and Neubert respond, Casillas and Pintanel also respond. So we've now got just these 5 athletes pushing the pace. We said that this should happen halfway through the race. Michel goes with them, Kate Woff, Mel, Lair, Kurjikova, all responding now. That initial attack, not much came of it. Mathilde Gauthier from France and Sandra Dode, she's got to work hard. She can't afford to lose contact with this group at the moment. We're going to hear now from Mathilde Gauthier. And Mathilde, she says, it's true that Madrid is also a race for strong riders, like in Brive. It's got a hilly course and a big climb on the bike, and even on the run. The victory is also won by a team, so I think we'll see. So we'll take a look at things after the swim, and I hope that I'll be at the front. The whole French team will be at the front. Then if we manage to open up a big gap to eliminate the girls behind us. And then we'll lay down the bike, we'll rack the bikes out, and as I said, it's going to be a tough course. So muscularly, I think you're going to have to be working hard. The bike will have an impact on the run, but we'll see who's strongest on Sunday. That's Mathilde Gauthier from France. I think we're going to hear from one more of the women before the race. The bike section is over, and that should, I think, be Maya King from the Netherlands. It'll be interesting to hear what she has to say ahead of the race. just about 10, possibly 11 athletes in that leading group. It would be I'd be fairly confident to say that, barring something terrible happening, the medals are going to come from this group, because within this group we've got potentially the fastest runners. Hitting this hill 7 times, this is going to make the legs really, really, yeah. They've had the first opening 5k, which wasn't planned. They planned for the swim. They've now got this leg sapping 7-lap bike course with this hill all the time, and then final 10k. Well, we've got at least 15-20 seconds lead over the chasing group. That should be just about enough for these runners, these athletes, to take the medal, take the medals. A great overview. Look at that. It's just, how on earth do you build this? What I've always wanted to see is one of these slow motion or speeded up construction videos, where we put a camera on top of one of the buildings and we watch the build, the race, and then the deconstruction. Because when this is all gone, we're back to this magnificent palace, and suddenly we're creating a wonderful sporting arena here in the centre of Madrid. Now, just to the right, you can see that's the penalty box, which is pretty close to the finish. So if any penalties are going to be picked up by the athletes, then they'll be served at the penalty box there. And the finish line just to the left, you can see that. As riding through this transition area, this is the second transition area. And this is the one that we mentioned earlier when we were talking about how the coaches and athletes would be able to set up the shoes in T2. Right, so you've got 10 in that lead group, and in fact 25 seconds down, Mathieu Gauthier just dropped off the pace. That 25 seconds, that's pretty much sewn it up, I'd say. Within those leaders of the 10 athletes, who are we going to give the top 3 to? Well, I'd hazard a guess that Lisa Teat is in very good contention for a medal. Katia Scher looks strong, but Kujikova. Then, of course, the French athletes. Can the Spanish use the home advantage? Let's have a think about it again, a little bit closer to the finish. Calm Rains here, tucked at the back of the chase group. These are now probably about 40 seconds down. As you can see from the blue polo shirts in the spectators, there's an awful lot of age groupers from Great Britain. Every year it's the biggest contingent of athletes at the European races and generally at the World Championships. Why is it that the Brits are so successful with this? Well, because way back in the past, Britain and the age groupers made a holiday of it. It all started from a tiny office in Dover, and age groupers had a chance to go on holiday and race, and it gradually built up and built up, and the pattern of age group racing has now been taken to other nationalities around Europe, around the world. The Norwegians have jumped onto this, and they target a number of races each year, not just on the Europe Triathlon or World Triathlon circuit, but on the Xterra, the Ironman circuit, all part of the same big triathlon family. Spain also begins to target this, but if you look at the figures, and Europe Triathlon will publish a ranking at the end of this weekend, you'll see that it seems to be always the Brits who are picking up the highest amount of medals. Team Germany is also good representation at most of the European events, but very, very much stronger in the winter triathlon events. Winter triathlon, in case you haven't seen it, fantastic stuff. Run, mountain bike and ski, on snow, and it's just incredible. At altitude, very, very cold sometimes, or if you're not too lucky, quite warm. We had a race a good few years back in Italy when it was -5 on one side of the valley and -20 on the other. No, +5. Let's get it right. -5 on one side and +20 on the other. So the early good position that Siska Toos had looks like she's lost that advantage. Still interesting for her. Good points to be won by her. Sian Rainsley there, perhaps realising that it's best to save the legs for the next race. Very, very good start from Sian Rainsley on the World WTS circuit. As a youngster, she performed very well as a junior back in Alanya, but she is also a product of the Youth Olympics with the silver in the mixed relays in Nanjing. That was when Ben Dykstra, the British athlete, won the Youth Olympic title. Now, he'll be racing this afternoon. You can see there's not quite the same urgency in pace amongst this group that's chasing. The leaders, I think they've realised that they can't get to the leaders, so they're just taking it easy, making sure there's no crashes. It seems they've pretty much accepted that lead group are going to be taking the medals. There's no point in this position of trying to bust a gut and destroying any chance of a 10k run, so they're being cautious.
Grupo que recordamos que está minuto 25 de cabeza de carrera y esto no es un sponsor for me, number 441, Sally Kaiser from Germany.
And what races have we got coming up for you from Europe Triathlon? Well, there's a whole calendar ahead, and it provides races for the elite, under 23s, juniors, paras, and of course age groupers. And a great initiative I saw this weekend with the age groupers. It was fantastic to see Chris Kitchen sat in the recovery area, just interviewing the odd one or two age groupers as they came through. Something we've been planning for quite some time, but it was wonderful to see the excitement and the enthusiasm of age groupers from around Europe saying why they came to Madrid, how their race had gone. Shouts out to their families, friends, supporters and sponsors, employers. Really was pushing the age groupers onto the camera and showing them to be the superstars that they really are, because elite athletes, I'm not taking anything away from them, they work incredibly hard for what they've got, but the age groupers, when you've got a full-time job, you're doing shift work, you've got the family to look after and all the other things, they're still performing very well and having a wonderful time too. And lots of the age groupers are now coaching, they're giving back into the sport something they've got from the sport, and we'll hear a bit about that this afternoon with Johnny Brownlee, because Johnny Brownlee and his brother Alistair, the two of them together with the Brownlee Foundation, are giving so much back to sport, and each week, it seems, during the summer there are hundreds and hundreds of kids getting the opportunity to experience triathlon. So after a few years in the sport, let's give something back, and that enthusiasm, knowledge, experience is coming back into the sport from people who've invested time and money. You do get an impression here of that, just how tough that hill is. So the same 10 in the lead there.
Así que estaremos atentos para ver cómo vienen nuestras líderes. Últimos metros, última cuestecilla en esta cuesta la vieja. Ya están entrando en este lateral del Palacio Real. Y ojo, porque en breve las vamos a tener de nuevo aquí con nosotros.
In fact, we've got less than 10. They've dropped some of the athletes. That's a telling injection of pace. But still in there. Kurzikova, Lea, Leo, Neubert, Couch, Scher, Casillas, she's still there. And here we should be getting another time check. Scher, Neubert. Yep. So just 6 of them. They've dropped quite a few. Jean Leher still in contention there, really. 10 became 7. And that's Marlene Gomez-Gergel leading that chasing group.
Mira, aquí tenemos a Vogt, la británica, y a Michelle, la belga. Pasando a 46 segundos de cabeza de carrera, octava y novena. Me sobran 2 sombreros, pero no los vamos a regalar por sí. Hay que cantar, hay que cantar. Necesito un voluntario y una voluntaria que se atreva a cantar la canción que ponga Niño y Fredo, y ahí regalamos un sombrero. A ver, manos levantadas por ahí. De momento de mayores, luego para los peques vienen los tallos. A ver, ahí tengo una voluntaria, me parece. Vamos a ver por aquí. Vamos a ver aquí con tierra, dupla francesa en estos momentos. Ángel pasando por meta a 1.23. Ojo, la distancia que está metiendo con las perseguidoras el grupo de cabeza de carrera. Bueno, tenía una británica en el ánimo, pero ahí está Alberto Paso Vuelta, y vamos a una chica de España primero. Pues ojo, porque tenemos aquí al grupo perseguidor, ojo que la diferencia es grande ya, se está haciendo cada vez más grande. Vamos a...
So at 13:30 local time, that's Central European time, 13:30, that's when the elite men will be starting, and it'll be the same format for them, a 5k run, 39.5k bike, and then a final 10k run. And for the elite men, at the moment we have 64 men on the start list, 27 nationalities. If there's any change to the start list, we'll let you know, and we'll get that update from the technical team probably about 20 minutes, half an hour before the start of the race. So that's the elite men at 13:30.
A ver, aquí cantamos o no cantamos.
Cuidado que hable, chicos.
¿Cantamos o no cantamos? Ah, eso tiene que decidirlo DJ Fredo.
And you can see that the riding style of this leading group of 7, with Jean Leher back in contention now. That leading group, there seems to be a little bit more urgency in the way that they're pushing, compared to the group that we saw behind, which really did seem to have accepted that the medals had gone. Again, that overhead view. How the organisers managed to get permission to hold the finish and the laps in front of the palace. That is a major, major success on their part. And what a way to showcase the city. So Kurzikova there from the Czech Republic, taking it nice and easy, sat at the back of that group, in no real danger at all, giving the legs a little bit of a rest. Good position there for Castillos Garcia, and you can see just in the back the gels. She's got the gels that she's been feeding from, and she's put the packets, the used packets, back into the race uniform. Because if the athletes are seen discarding litter, that's a penalty. With the camera team so close, any discarding of litter will be picked up, and that will be a time penalty she'll have to serve on the final run. So you can see there, she's laid the packets of gel that have been used just tucked into the race uniform. Good example to set for the other athletes. And Siska Tools there, she's got hers tucked under her right shoulder. I remember when we first started in putting this as an enforceable rule, we were in Geneva, and we had huge screens there. The local TV company, Le Mans Bleu, or Bleu Le Mans, I can't remember which way around it was, they were the ones filming, and they had these slow motion replays. One athlete in particular, the gel wrapper was thrown, and in super slow motion it arced through the sky, and everybody could see who did it. So that was a penalty, rather unfortunate penalty for her. But we've got when it comes to triathlon and discarding litter, we don't want to litter a huge, beautiful area, and so these penalties are enforced. And if you look at some of the cycle races now, they have a similar approach. Others follow triathlon leads. So Neubert, Casillas, Terch, Scher, Blair, Mel, and Kurzikova. Tanya Neubert, she's done really well for this, to be in this position. I'm sure she was not expecting to be quite in contention. But for Miriam Casillas Garcia, fantastic to be in this leading group of 7 on home soil, knowing that she has that home advantage. The crowd will be absolutely screaming for her, and it's somehow those occasions when an athlete can dig even deeper and find that extra edge. You never know, she might be in a position to get on the podium. You can see, you really get the impression of how tough this hill is as the athletes make their way up it. They're digging deep.
Un poquito más afuera, compi. Compi.
Not far now from the blue carpet, they will see and the athletes out on the course, they can certainly hear the excitement of the race commentator on the ground. As you can see, the crowds are getting thick, heavier and heavier. Look at this, incredible crowds along the course. And 1 lap to go. You should hear the bell in a second. So still the same athletes in the leading group. And this time it's Petra Kurzikova right at the back of them. And you can see just what a huge advantage they've created now. We had 25 seconds a while back. This is going to be something approaching a minute. And I don't think there's anybody in this group who can take a minute out of the runners on that final section. I remember talking to Sergio Santos, the great coach from Portugal, and he was calculating over a sprint distance exactly to the second the sort of time that was needed to not be away from the leading group. And the science that goes into this, you saw there was a Belgian coach on the side shouting out commands and instructions to his athletes. So for this group here, I'd say there's absolutely no chance of them getting onto the podium. They're so far back now. Bit of a disappointing race there for Sandra Dode, so far back in that group now. And the chase group taking the bell. And that's nearly 2 minutes down, I think. When it comes to the final run, it's again quite technical and with a couple of snappy climbs put into it. So our leaders not very far away now from that final climb into the heart of the city. They'll be taking advantage of this descent now just to loosen off the legs. Very soon you'll see them playing with the fittings on the shoes just to loosen them up a little bit before they go into transition. In the background you can hear the party atmosphere that is around the finish area.
Cabrón, ya has conseguido un gorro, ¿eh? ¡Oh, puta!
Y a ver si somos capaces los españoles y las españolas de cantar la siguiente también, igual que cantaba su canal. Pues está cantando ya el ritmo Winchell. Toda la gente de habla hispana. Venga, todos los de habla hispana ahora. ¡Arriba!
Jean Lair from Luxembourg just drifting off the back of it. Casillas leading them home with Touch, Audrey-Mel. And the large peloton, which is the chase group, quite some distance away. Just topping up on the fluids there, 10k ahead of them. They've got water stations out on the run course.
Sí, se voy cambiando diafragma, aparte que me muevo y tengo que tirar del cable porque me lo pisan, ¿sabes? Si no te diafragma no te lo debería.
It's currently about 21 degrees in Madrid. And it'll be warming up as the day goes on. So for the elite men, we'll be looking at temperatures that will probably be rising to 24, 25 degrees. They're looking at a potential high of about 26, but with the risk of some thunderstorms. So fingers crossed that those thunderstorms just keep away a little bit longer. So it's going to be quite hot and humid out there. Not the ideal conditions for racing, but fingers crossed the rain's going to hold off.
Dos francesas. Ok, vale. Venga, de acuerdo.
So starting the climbs, heading back up towards the city centre. These climbs seem to be endless for the athletes. So Petra Korzikova, currently ranked 31st in Europe, but nevertheless in a very good position there. She's been mixing and matching some of the traditional European and World Triathlon Cup events with the indoor events, the Arena Games powered by Zwift, getting top 10 finishes this year in Sursee and in the finals in London. Not a very good race for her in Cagliari when she had a 32nd place finish. That must have been quite a disappointment to her. Again, her run pace 34 minutes, not too bad. It was off a tough bike course. But today, looking at her position in the European Championships, she's in a good position now to outrun, or at least to threaten the likes of Tauch, but certainly to see if she can outrun her again, because it was her race last year that saw her beating Tauch, Daudet and Kate Woff. Well, Kate Woff's out of the picture at the moment. She's quite a way back.
Ladies and gentlemen, ready for the second transition. It's time to receive the competitors.
So, as the athletes come into T2, we just had a shout out from the race commentator as the crowd and the commentator go bad. As we said, loosening off the shoes there, just coming into the wall of sound that will hit them. Just out before the line. Now, any of the athletes racking their bikes with low numbers? So Cher first into the rack, Tauch further up. Who's going to be first out? And it's Katja Cher from Switzerland leads them out of T2. Lisa Tauch in second place, Neubert in third. Casillas Garcia just behind Jalea there. So we've got 4 laps now, 2.5k each lap. Now this is going to be at pace, I think. I was really impressed with Katja Scher's opening run. That was quite a surprise for me. Lisa Tauch, there was no surprise at all that she was so strong there in the run. Korzikova, we expected to see her there. Tanja Neubert I'm surprised that she's that strong on the run. Hopefully she's been in good position on the bike and hasn't had to work too hard. Hopefully the hills would not have taken too much out of her. Okay, Waff from Great Britain. She's not that far off. Lisa Turch edging right away to the front. Jeanne Lair, I think, is coming up behind her with, on the right hand side. Katja Scher just on the shoulders of Touch. But Jeanne Lair, that's a bold opening section of the run. Tanja Neubert just behind. Now, part of the preparation for the event from the coaches, they will start at the very centre of the line at the end of the transition area. So as the athletes leave transition, there's a line there, and right at the very centre of that, the coaches will get together for a measurement of the run course, and with a wheel they will measure the entire course, the shortest line possible, so they are all satisfied that it's exactly the same distance as the technical delegate announces, so they can tell their athletes with accuracy where to kick, where to take it easy, where the advantage is. But Jeanne Lair and Lisa Turch shoulder to shoulder. Portillos Garcia not running as easily as Touch, Lair and Neubert. Well, that's a surprise. Jeanne Lair edging ahead of Lisa Turch. Could this be a medal for Luxembourg? Katja Scher just dropping off there with Tanja Neubert behind. No sign of Korzykova at the moment. That's a surprise. I thought we'd see her edging up towards the top 3-4 position off the transition. Lisa Touch, she had such a great opening period of racing as a junior, but then some time out with a bit of a leg injury. Studied in Germany, then took her higher studies to America, and came back to Europe and came back in form. I mentioned that in 2019 she had 1 month when everything just came together. Her first gold was in Dnipro, which was a very, very good race. Tough swim in the Dnieper, which has a very strong current, so it was a sprint distance. She was good in that. Onto the bike, and it's again a snappy hill climb on that with a very fast sweeping descent, but the run is dead flat along the banks of the Dnieper. She came back with a gold from there. Then she went across to Antwerp in the World Cup, got a gold there, and then in the European Premium Cup in Holton took a gold there. So three gold medals in 2019, right at the top of her game. In 2022 she didn't have the race in Munich that she wanted, coming 13th. That was a real disappointment for her. But first in Alanya, first in Valencia, second in Pontevedra, second in Hamburg at the mixed relay. Sorry, third in Hamburg in the mixed relay and in the individual. And then third in Quartera and second in the indoor race in Liévin in northern France. Now, if you haven't seen this before, it's just incredible. Way back in the 90s we had a couple of indoor races, Bordeaux and I think Paris, but this has taken to a new level. The French have put on a superb event. They construct a swimming pool inside an arena, and it's just amazing. So very, very fast, very, very intense, but she took bronze there. So Lisa Touch at the moment in a very strong medal position. Tanja Neubert seeing the medals disappearing in front of her. grabbing the water bottle. There'll be a littering zone. That's actually threw away the bottle just before the red flash on the littering zone. There's a littering zone which is about 100 meters long, depending on the course, but it'll be clearly marked with a green flash to start the littering zone and a red flash to end it. Any litter discarded outside that will result in a penalty. So here we are focusing on Tanja Neuwirth, who has dropped away from medal contention, but it's still quite early in the 10K. Predictions earlier were that the race would be won in about 1:49, 1:50. We're about on target for that. So as the camera moves back, you'll be able to see in the distance the red uniform of Katja Scher from Switzerland, and in front of her is this battle going on between Jeanne Leer from Luxembourg and Lisa Tauch just behind her. And coming back towards the palace. Well, one lap nearly over. They run past transition. There's a dead turn just about 50 meters in front of where the dismount line was. So as you see them running on this is a hard surface to run on. It's absolutely relentless. There'll be a dead turn up there. They'll turn back and they'll be running then on some cobblestones before they come back through transition. See the technical officials in transition, just having a look at a couple of the boxes to make sure the equipment's gone in properly. And the two leaders have already turned. This will give Neuwirth a chance to just calculate how far away from the lead she is. On the right hand side, the penalty box, can't see any numbers up there yet, that's good. As they run now through the transition area, they'll edge to the right and then be going down through some wooded areas. But this is a great performance from Jeanne Leer. No, I'm not entirely sure what the graphics up there are about, because that doesn't reflect what we're seeing on the race. I think that might be a little bit misleading. But as you can see, it's a testing course. You've got ups and downs. On the final lap, they're really going to be, the legs are really going to be suffering on that downhill section. No, I don't think I've ever seen somebody running this close to Lisa Tauch at this stage of the race. That's quite a performance from the Luxembourg athlete. And they'll be bearing to the left as they get to the bottom of this section. They bear to the left through some more paved areas, and they then edge through the town into a section of park before the other dead turn. So it's a series of two dead turns. Welcome bit of shade coming ahead. Now, the question is, who's going to kick first and where are they going to kick? Will it be Terch, who's got the stronger running pedigree, or will it be Lea? Has she been doing some secret training somewhere? Tome from Portugal. She's the reigning Portuguese national champion. Korzykova not looking very comfortable there at all. That's not a good sign for her. She normally has a far more relaxed running style. Korzykova definitely looking a bit laboured there. I'm wondering if anything's the matter. She can see Neubert in the distance. Is that going to be enough for her to edge up to, join her and pass her, and then perhaps have a go at the medal positions? No, I'm not sure about this. This is not looking good for her. Tanja Neubert once more. It'd be interesting if we could just get a view ahead to see how far behind Katja Scher she is. And Jeanne shouting out for water. She wants water. And she's missed an opportunity there. That could be a bit disruptive for her. Now, she chose to run on the inside, or the centre of the road, missing the opportunity because the drink station is spread over two sides there. And this could be a critical moment for her. But she knows where it is, and I'm sure we'll see her edging towards her right-hand side when she comes back to pick up those fluids. It's looking very hot out there now, and with the humidity of the approaching thunderstorm, if that does arrive, she's going to want those fluids. Terch and Lea stride. Luxembourg, Germany, running on this very, very hard surface. These paved areas are quite relentless for the athletes. It just seems to it's going to be quite hard for them. Katja Scher, still she can see them, but she can't get back to them. So for her, every so often she'll be looking over her shoulder just to see how far behind Tanja Neubert is. But at the moment, heading back towards the palace, the climb will take them onto the level, and they'll be able to hear the noise of the commentator and the crowds running up to the dead turn. This is almost the second lap completed. Now this is where it would be great to have an athlete alongside me to give their impression of what it feels like to be in a race such as this, knowing that there's two of you going for a medal and the two of you going for the title. What goes through your mind? Are you thinking, do I kick now? When do I kick? How fast do I kick? So is Touch playing games here? Oh, look at that. Fantastic spectator support. Right up there you'll find the dead turn. That's at this point they will be able to then see how far behind any threat is, but at the moment these two athletes are looking so strong that the medals, yeah, there's your third place athlete. That's bronze at the moment in the hands of Katja Scher from Switzerland. Now we can see there, this is a great innovative move from Europe Triathlon. They've got a digital finish board, finish arch. So if you look at that, as the athletes cross the line, the whole screen will be illuminated. Katja Scher, quite some distance now ahead of Tanja Neubert. And again, I'm not entirely sure with the graphics here. I think we've got a bit of a glitch in the system, because there you have Tanja Neubert. Behind her you have Kozhikova, and then behind her Miriam Casillas Garcia. So I think we need to have the graphics changed a bit. So what you're seeing on the screen in the graphics, not entirely accurate. Yes, we've got Jeanne Lehr, Lisa Tertsch leading, then you have Katja Scher, then you have Tanja Neubert, then you have Kozhikova, then you have Casillas Garcia. And at the moment, Casillas Garcia is really going to have to dig deep, because Kozhikova has edged away from her and is beginning to get her running legs back. Now, a little bit further on, keep an eye open for Jeanne Lehr edging to the right so that she can get the fluids that she missed on the approach to the finish area. And a bit later on, once we've finished this broadcast, if you go back to the Europe Triathlon YouTube page, any of the social media, if you look at the social media pages, you'll find any number of adverts with links. Ignore them, because the links are spam. The only links you should follow are from either World Triathlon or Europe Triathlon or the Spanish Federation. Anything that looks a bit dodgy, it is dodgy, so ignore it all. But if you go to the Europe Triathlon YouTube page, you'll be able to find on the live tab, you can click there and you can see some of the interviews from yesterday's race with the age groupers crossing the finish line, sharing their experiences, telling everybody, in particular Chris Kitchen, Vice President of Europe Triathlon, telling him and the world just how thrilling it was to be racing in Madrid. We had one chap, he was supposed to race in Ibiza for the World Multisport Festival. Unfortunately, he was unable to because he was ill, so he took the opportunity to come here and had a great time. You had local athletes telling their experiences of racing in Madrid. You had French athletes full of excitement You had the Brits, of course, saying how wonderful it was. So sit down, enjoy the completely ad hoc interviews with the age groupers. Some of them are absolutely wonderful, but it gives the age groupers a chance at last to tell everybody, this is me, this is my racing, this is why I wasn't at work this last weekend, this is why I occasionally come to work tired, this is why I come to work with gravel rash, this is who I am. And it's an opportunity at last for the age groupers to get the recognition that they truly deserve, because without the age groupers we simply would not have triathlon as we have it now. It's the age groupers that make the whole race come together. In fact, it's the only sport on the Olympic calendar where you have age groupers racing alongside the elite. That's something important. You have your World Championships, you have your Masters Championships, but they're generally in separate events. Triathlon brings everyone together. Age groupers, para, juniors, youths, under 23s and elite. So Katja Scher heading across the road. We should be moving now onto the flatter section, taking her down into some shade, but still in the front, leading the race. Lisa Tauch, Jeanne Leher. Madrid, what a fantastic venue. I mentioned earlier, right at the head of the race, this has been a place to come to for triathlon and multisport since 1992. And it was back in 92 when we had the European Duathlon Championships. Titles went then to Thijs Sijbesma from the Netherlands and Spencer Smith, Great Britain. Since then, Madrid has hosted a fantastic 10 World Cups. WTCS races, 3 of them. Para races, 3 of those. Europe Triathlon Cups, 3 of them. And now here we are, also the Cup Final 2014. And now here we are with the European Championships once again. Unfortunately, circumstances change, and because of the water quality and the rain, the torrential rain they had last night, it's unsafe for the athletes to swim in the campo. So for that reason, the contingency plan came in, and it's been a run, bike, run. Tanja Neubert there in the sights of Petra Korzikova. Tanja Neubert from Germany, Korzikova from Czech Republic. Welcome bit of shade once again. I wonder if Neubert is aware of just how close Korzikova is. So Lisa Tauch has just kicked a little bit. She's created a gap 3, 4, 5 meters? 5 meters. And we expected to see this because of the two, Tauch is very much the better runner. But here she is, gradually stretching out that lead, easing into her next gear. Four seconds she's created, that gap of 4 seconds ahead of Jeanne Leher. Now if Katja Scher can see this from behind, she will know that potentially there's a silver medal for her. Bronze is in her hands at the moment, but if she sees that weakness, or if she sees it as a weakness from Leher rather than the strength of Tauch, then Scher can use that and focus on that and possibly build her power as she goes up the rise. She can see exactly what's happened, and has she got the ability to pull up to Jeanne Leher and to take that silver medal from her. So nearly 3 laps down, the crowds will be cheering and cheering. A good contingent of German athletes there. We've seen on social media from the German athletes that there's a big crowd of them there. But no, Jeanne Leher has been she's been sparked up. She's actually responding to that attack. Wow. And there she is. Jeanne Leher has responded to the attack. She's now back in contention with Lisa Tauch. The crowds have obviously given her some boost, and there she is back on the shoulder of Lisa Tauch. Oh, that's great. So Tauch has tested her on that course. On the flat section just before the climb up towards the Palacio, that's when she kicked before. Cher looks as if she's now narrowing that lead. They've got 15 seconds. 15 seconds over Katia Cher. They hear the bell, 1 lap to go. Now, if Cher keeps this pace up, then the bronze is in her hands, because Neubert hasn't been able to monopolize or capitalize on that little attack that Lisa Tauch put in earlier. Behind Neubert, we can see Kozhikova from Czech Republic, and behind her, Miriam Casillas Garcia from Spain. The home crowd's doing their best to keep her in contention, but I think she's going to have to settle for not getting a medal today. But top 5 finish for the Spanish athlete is looking good. I think that's Kate Woff in the background, just edging up the rankings. That's good from her. Now I think it would be wonderful if we could keep the cameras on the lead 2 just in the same position that Lisa Tauch kicked on that 3rd lap. Cher watching that 15-second gap, desperately trying to hold on to the position she's got. Nice easy downhill section there before they head into the shade. About 1.5 kilometers to go now before the race is over for these 3 athletes at the front. This is a truly outstanding performance from Jeanne Leher from Luxembourg. She really has thrown down the gauntlet, and to be doing this, to push the pace at the front of a race in this particular set of circumstances that's become a duathlon with Lisa Tauch alongside, and to say to Lisa Tauch, come on, I can race with you, I can push you, and it's just incredible. Really exciting to watch. And Leah taking a tighter line as possible there on the turns. So that's it now, they're on the way back. Just over a kilometre to go for these two. When is Lisa Tauch going to kick again? When is she going to inject that pace? Very nearly took the gold medal chance away from Jeanne Leher. Now back at the finish area, we know that communication has been established with the commentator. He'll be building the crowds up in a minute. You'll be able to hear the increase in volume, and the crowds at a Spanish event, they generally do tend to get into the atmosphere because the party atmosphere that's created, the music play they have, the playlist. Some of the smaller events we see have the same level of music and sound, and they really are tremendously exciting. So it's always a good celebration at the finish. Jeanne Leher taking the water this time, getting into the lead, making sure that's nice and tidy, making sure that she got the fluids on. Katja Scher as well, getting rid of the water within the littering zone. Good, no penalties there. I think that 15-second lead is gradually being edged into by Katja Scher. So, but Jeanne Leher again testing Lisa Tauch, but a risky thing to do with a runner like Tauch behind you, just watching on her shoulder. Well, for Katja Scher to say that cycling is her strong point and then to put in 2 runs like this, I think she needs to reflect on that, because her running today has been absolutely incredible. Yeah, she's gradually edging into that 15-second advantage. But now the climb is on. Yep, here we go. The crowds are getting whipped up. The atmosphere is really becoming electric there. And Jeanne Leher has heard the sound that's coming from that area. She's picked up the pace. Lisa Tauch does not appear to be able to answer this. This is amazing. Jeanne Leher from Luxembourg, about to take Luxembourg to the very top of the podium. This could be an absolutely historic moment for the Luxembourg Federation. Lisa Tauch doesn't appear to have anything to give in response to the kick. Jeanne Leher has now edged ahead 10 metres. She's got Lisa Tauch. Can she do anything to respond? No, it doesn't look as if she can do it. Jeanne Leher, she knows that she's going to run the length of this and then double back on herself and head towards the finish line. Jeanne Leher is flying. She's taken off. There's nothing that Lisa Tauch can do. This is absolutely amazing. Fantastic performance from Lisa, but an even bigger performance there from Jeanne Leher. This is... I have no words. Luxembourg is about to be put onto the record books with a gold medal at the European Championships. Katja Scher can see what's happened. I'm sure she will be unable to believe what she's seeing either, but Lisa Tauch can't respond. Jeanne Leher now bearing to the right onto the blue carpet. She's running down towards the finish line. It's going to be Jeanne Lair from Luxembourg taking the European title. Wow. What a victory that was. Lisa Tertsch coming home in second place. And the Swiss flag flying high there for Katja Scher, who takes a glorious bronze. Gold, silver and bronze. Luxembourg, Germany, Switzerland. Well, nobody could have predicted that, because this is the performance that Jeanne Lair has plucked out of nowhere, and what a great result for her. But Germany taking 2 of the top 4 positions, with Tanja Neubert coming home in 4th. And my goodness, this is Miriam Casillas Garcia coming home in 5th. She has edged ahead of Kurjikova. What a great finish there for her. Well, this is a very good performance from Miriam Casillas Garcia. Kurjikova looks absolutely spent there. And I think this is Audrey Mel from France. Yeah, I think we've got a bit of a glitch on the timing on the digital finish there, so disregard what you're seeing above there, apart from the fact that Jeanne Lair has won the European title, 2023 European Triathlon Championships. Sadly, not a triathlon, but a duathlon due to the water conditions. Kate Woff from Great Britain, I think that's 7th place. Hopefully we'll get some finish line interviews. I'm crossing my fingers that there's someone down there who can find the medal winners and just to see how excited they are. But what an incredible race from Jeanne Lair. And for Luxembourg, I think this is probably the first time that a Luxembourg female athlete has won a gold medal at the European Championships. This is Sandra Dode. No, it's Tome from Portugal. What a great performance there. Portuguese national champion. There she comes home. And just behind her is Claire Michel from Belgium. That's an outstanding race from the Portuguese athlete. And for Claire Michel, shaking off those injuries she's had over the last couple of years, good strong performance from her today. And just to the left you can see the red jacket of the medical delegate giving a bit of attention to Audrey Mel. And this is Sandra Dode. And I think this is Olivia Mathias just coming up from Great Britain.
Okay, so I'm here with Jeanne Lair, and congratulations! What a wonderful race!
Oh, thank you. I was expecting to be on the podium with the last races, but my legs was really struggling all the long, and the run, I don't know, but I think we were slow. But yeah, one moment Lisa attack, or maybe not, but I drop, and then I was trying to anyway, if you finish third or whatever, just try, because I have no pressure for result or whatever, and I'm happy that I continue to try, because yeah, I'm like, whoo!
I mean, behind the camera, when we saw Lisa going forward, I was thinking, I mean, it's finished, you look dead. Where did you find the resources?
I don't know, I was just thinking, like, when she dropped me, then we were staying at the same place. Maybe she just testing me, and I think maybe she slowed down then, but I don't know what happened, but here we are.
Alors maintenant, là, en quelques mots en français pour ton public.
Ça s'est très bien passé, comme vous pouvez voir, je suis trop contente. Enfin, je vais pas dire que je m'y attendais pas du tout, enfin je l'espérais, mais je m'y attendais pas. Et ça fait que confirmer tout ce qui se passe depuis le début de saison, donc là je suis aux anges.
Félicitations et merci.
That's a big thank you there to Pascal Salamine, board member, for undertaking the interview there, and the excitement you could see from Jeanne there. She came into this race with some good performances this year, but to get this title, that's really quite something. She's delighted.
Auf Englisch und dann wechseln wir zu Deutsch, okay? Okay, so Lisa, you just had a wonderful race. I thought it was very tough. At one point I saw you attacking and I said, yes, that's it. And what happened?
Jan caught up again. I was just trying to take my chances and fight and give my best, and if I gave my best, which I did today, then I'm happy. So that was my chance and I took it, and it didn't work out, but that's fine.
How was it? Was it so tough that it looked like on TV? I mean, it looked very, very tough.
Yeah, it was a really tough race, especially the bike course had a little hill and a couple of corners, so yeah.
Und kannst du jetzt ein bisschen eine Zusammenfassung auf Deutsch machen für uns?
Zusammenfassung vom Rennen, das war ein bisschen schwer. Also das Laufen ging gut, es war kontrolliert. Auf dem Rad habe ich ein bisschen versucht, Körner zu sparen und mich nicht zu entspannen, aber was fürs Laufen aufzuheben, weil ich wusste, dass ein paar gute Läufer in der Gruppe sind. Und ja, dann beim Laufen habe ich einfach alles gegeben, was ging. Ja.
Super, vielen Dank.
Dankeschön.
Well, her summary in German says it all. I knew on the bike I could try and take it a bit easy, but I knew that within that group were some strong runners. She described the bike course as being pretty tough, with a little hill and a couple of turns. Understatement. But she said very carefully, I did what I could, I gave what I could.
So, Katja, a wonderful race. I mean, what is the feedback from your side?
Amazing race. I'm so happy. I didn't expect that. I'm so happy to share the podium with Jeanne. Yeah, I can't believe it's so nice.
What came into your head when you understood it was a duathlon?
Well, at the beginning it was hard because like yesterday evening it was okay, it's triathlon, and then it changed again, and it's hard to stay focused on what you need to do, but I think the most important is to stay flexible and just say okay, it's that way and let's go.
Alors, on va avoir Katia maintenant là, quelques mots pour le public suisse qui est derrière la télé.
Merci beaucoup à tout le monde pour le soutien, franchement super. Je dis merci à tous ceux derrière l'écran et ceux qui ont fait le déplacement, qui étaient là au bord du terrain, c'était vraiment super. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à toi Katia pour cette magnifique course.
And big thanks there to Katja Scher. Once again, Pascal Salamine with a microphone at the finish, jumping from language to language, and great to hear from these athletes. The gold, silver and bronze medals there, Jeanne Lehr, Luxembourg, Lisa Tauch, Germany, and Katja Scher from Switzerland. What a fantastic race, and well, not the result we thought we'd see, but certainly an exciting result. That's the women's race. We've got the men's race coming up at 1:15 local time. No, 1:30 local time. I stand corrected. 1:30 local time will be the men's race. And in the men's race, don't forget, we've got 64 starters at the moment. We'll keep you updated if there's any change to that. 27 nationalities. The two biggest teams are Germany and Spain with 6 athletes each. All the medals come from those countries. Well, we've got a few of the top athletes in recent history racing, so anything could happen, as we saw today. The swim advantage is taken away from the strong swimmers, but the run advantage is there. But if they run too hard on the first leg and then blow it on the bike, it all falls apart on the run. So 64 men, 27 nationalities, starting at 13:30 this afternoon. For the Brits, that's going to be 12:30, and if you're in Central European time, 13:30 is what you need to set your watches by. So we've now got just over an hour. Gives you a chance to go and grab something to eat, a drink, sit back and relax, check out the results, because they'll be going up very, very soon onto the page, and you can then see all the splits, and you can look at the difference in pace amongst the athletes and also see how your favorite athletes have performed. So from me, Paul Groves, I'll be leaving you with these images of the Elite Women's race and coming back to you for the Elite Men's race very soon.
Al chaval de abajo le deja un poncho. He dicho que si llueve, porque ha pegado voltea antes de dejar la flor a la chica. Ahí hay dos ponchos, una para esta y otra para esta. ¿Vale? Tienes que pillar. Yo no tiene poncho. Pero para ti. Ahí, lo tienes para ti. Para la cámara casi. La cámara alta. No hay punta. Hay uno para esta cámara y otro para esta cámara. Para aquella de allí hay otro. Si veis, que no hay más. ¿Para? Sí, más. ¿Para qué? Para que se pongas tú. ¿Para esta? ¿Cómo te vas a cortar? Yo si me da tiempo la pongo. No me voy a andar preparando cámara, mirando el cable. Me la escapa un momento al baño, ¿vale?
So, elite men. What's going to happen here? How many are we going to see in that image are going to be on the podium? 3 of them, but which ones? Jonas Schomburg there in the white from Germany. We'd expect to see him leading the swim, but unfortunately no swim for him today. Bit of a twitch there. Hopefully that wasn't a false start. That will be watched very carefully by the race referee, Kalle Jensen from Norway. Spanish athletes really pushing the pace at the front now. And that will be Antonio Serrat-Seoane, David Castro-Fajardo. Gennis Grau will be there, but also watch out for Mario Mola. Yeah, Mario Mola has come back into the race. He's had a couple of years of out of the situation, but he's back, and Mario Mola is going to be looking strong. So Mario Mola there, he's wearing number 53, quite a way down in the rankings because he hasn't had a chance to race and get the points up. He is the world duathlon champion from his win in Ibiza just a month or so ago. 3rd in the Europe Duathlon Championships that took place in Kaole. 3-time ITU world champion and a 3-time Olympian with his best place in Rio in 8th. But Mario Mola back in form, and this is going to really play into his hands. Can he add another title? So he will actually have 3 titles this year. Yeah, there he is, right at the front, Mario Mola. You recognize the very distinctive running style he has. Now, the pace is going to be pushed extremely high by these athletes. Serrat-Seoane is wanting to have a good race. Unfortunately, he hasn't had the best of starts this year, which is a real shame. David Castro-Fajardo is also in the mix. He had both he and Serrat had a DNF in Yokohama. There was something that happened out on the bike course and several athletes were unable to finish. But a 49th place finish last year in Munich was not what Serrat-Seoane wanted. So he will be here, hopefully, to make amends on that and to get onto the podium. But look at that. The Spanish athletes taking command right at the front of the race. Gennis Grau is also in there, in that leading bunch. And for him, this is going to be bringing back some memories of being a junior athlete, because he won a bronze medal back in 2013 at the Horst Powerman long distance and sprint championship. So as a junior, he'd have been racing over the sprint distance, but then run bike run, Gennis Grau will be quite happy with that. We just saw the back there of Gültekin Er from Turkey. And Gültekin Er came to triathlon as a long distance swimmer. Hasn't had the best of season so far. I just see Ben Dijkstra tucked in there from Great Britain. I mentioned him earlier. He's the 2014 Youth Olympic champion. Now, who have we got there? From Austria, we've got Alois Knabel and Leon Pauger. Azerbaijan, we've got Rostislav Pevsov. Tsonga Lehmann there, wearing number 1. I bet he was hoping for a good swim because it really hasn't played into his hands. Jonas Schomburg, again, powerful swimmer. Simon Westermann from Switzerland. I mentioned him just now. Antonio Serrazzuani from Spain. Adrien Briffaut from Switzerland. Very light on his toes for the run. David Castro Fajardo. Good to see him coming back into form. A couple of years when it wasn't quite working for him. Marc Davai has led the swim on virtually all of the WTS races he's been in. Sadly today, no swim for him. That was Shachar Segiv we just saw. Johnny Brownlee. These are all of your athletes. And that was Gennis Grau, the junior duathlon expert. Rostislav Pevsov, born in Ukraine but racing for Azerbaijan for a number of years. Who else have we got there? We've got Noah Servet from Belgium with Arno Mengal, Thomas Zygmunt and Jan Vollard from Czech Republic, Emil Holm with Oscar Gladney Rundqvist from Denmark. The Spanish athletes we've mentioned: Alberto González Garcia, David Cantero del Campo. We've got Henry Rappo from Estonia, along with Johannes Sick. We saw a view of Sick a couple of seconds ago. From France, we've got Paul Georgenton. We'll be hearing from him a bit later. Yanis Seguin and Valentin Morlec from France. The British contingent: Johnny Brownlee, Jack Willis, Ben Dykstra, Max Stapley, Dan Dixon, another one from Newcastle, and also one of the main contributors to Tri 247. Big shout out there to the best resource for triathlon news. From Germany, Johannes Schomburg, Johannes Vogel, Lasse Nugard Priester, Valentin Werns, Yannick Schaufler, and Eric Diener. From Greece, the young athlete here, watch out for him, Panagiotis Pitados. Very, very powerful off-road athlete. Back-to-back wins at Xterra Greece. We've also got Tonga Lehmann, we saw him earlier, Mark Devay. James Edgar from Ireland. James Edgar has had some very good run performances earlier this year. Shachar Sagiv, Itmar Eshed, Roy Zwarets and Itmar Levanon from the Israeli team. Italy, Alessio Crociani must be cursing because there's no swim. Very, very strong swimmer. Crociani would have been in that lead group of 3 or 4 out of the water. Nicola Azzano, Sergei Polikarpenko, one of the great names of the past, following in his father's footsteps there from Italy. Aitoms Gajewskis from Latvia, Igor Georgi Kozlovsky from Lithuania, Lucas Cambresi from Luxembourg, from the Netherlands, Donald Hillebrecht and Mitch Kolkman. Norway, we've got 2 of the athletes, Kasper Stornes and Sebastian Werneson. It was Stornes who won that race in Bermuda when the 3 Norwegians went onto the podium together. Poland, we've got Marcin Stanglowicz, Maciej Bruciak and Michał Oliva. We've got from Portugal, we've got 3 athletes there: Miguel Thiago Silva, João Mansos and André Dias. Romania, we have Felix Duchamp, who previously raced for France but is now racing under the Romanian flag. Switzerland, we have Simon Westermann, Adrien Briffaut and Fabian Meusen. Richard Varga from Slovakia, along with Peter Reutjas. Gültigen Er from Turkey with Enes Kuzulchik. And finally, we've got Vitaly Vorontsov from Ukraine. Race conditions: well, it's about 19 degrees in the water, but we're not in the water, so unfortunately, we're going to be watching a run-bike run. So 5k on the run, which is 2 laps around the Casa de Campo, then followed by a bridging 3.1 kilometer ride to the circuits around the city, and then 7 laps of 5.2 kilometers. Johnny Brownlee at the back of that group there, looking quite relaxed. We spoke to his brother a few weeks ago when the Western Park Xterra event was on, and after the event, he, Alistair and Johnny were going to be looking to put their efforts into the Brownlee Foundation, and in the space of just 1 week they brought triathlon to 50,000 young children at events around Great Britain. 50,000 athletes getting the experience of swim, bike, run. So the two brothers have created the Brownlee Foundation to bring the sport to as many young athletes as possible. I think in the front of that group, in the light blue uniform, that is the Greek athlete we mentioned. And he can see the leading group in front. Now, Panagiotis Pitaros, I've seen him race, and it's quite a remarkable ability to push his body to the very limit. Shachar Sagiv in the front of that group, just there to the left-hand side. But the Spanish athlete's looking strong in that opening section. As for the women's race, we'll be hearing from some of the athletes during the course of the bike course, and it will be roughly each time we have completed a lap, we should be able to hear from one or two of the athletes. So we're looking forward to just hearing their thoughts. Don't forget, the interviews were recorded yesterday, and it was at that point that we all were hoping that this was going to be a swim, bike, run. Obviously, circumstances have changed, and with the water conditions, very, very heavy rain last night, which has pushed the levels in the water to a point where it's not safe to put the athletes in. Athlete safety is paramount here, and when the water quality is not safe, then a contingency plan is created so it reverts to a run, bike, run format. Hats off to the organisers for making the change so rapidly. So Vitados has now been caught by that group. The chasers can see in front Mario Mola heading the race, Shachar Sagiv tucked behind them, three Spanish athletes in the lead there. So Shachar Sagiv is the reigning Israeli sprint champion. He certainly will be hoping to improve on 17th position from last year in Munich. And that looked like Nicola Azzano, gold medal winner in Olsztyn at the Sprint Cup in 2019 from Italy. In fact, that's at least four, is that 5 Spanish athletes in the lead group? Gosh, 5 athletes from Spain in that lead group. Now, this run course that they've managed to create at the last minute around the Caso de Campo, you see there, that's the swim start that we can't use. All of that build has been created for the athletes, and it can't be used because of the water quality. What a real shame that is. And here they are, into the transition area, T1. Adrian Brifford well placed there, but first out, let's see who is first out onto the bike. 13, just under 14 minutes on the clock for the first 5k. Oh, a bit of a struggle there. Songa Lehmann wearing number 1, slightly off the pace there. Cantero del Campo out at first. Guinness Grau, Mario Mola, Lasanuga Priester. Okay. Good run from Vitaly Vorontsov. So Del Campo there. As a junior, he's been very consistent, but he's now moved up into the elite age group or the elite category. But his 2022 junior performances saw him win gold in Melilla, Quatera, Banyoles, and Riga. That's 22 and 21. So moving up into the elite group, and here he is at the front of the race with the likes of Mario Mola. Wow. Emil Holm there from Denmark, watching the group edge away. He needs to work a little bit hard just to get back into that group, to be in contention. There's a safety in that peloton. Once they've negotiated the various sections of cobblestones and they're out onto the main road, they're going up to the main gates now. They'll be bearing to the right very soon. There he is, back in the safety of that group. And then the fast section out on the road with a good quality surface. Vitaly Vorontsov right at the back there in the distinctive blue and yellow uniform from Ukraine. Okay, now they're going to be just sorting out their positions, but the Spanish looking very strong here at the moment. They're all there, but also Johnny Brownlee tucked in. Adrian Brifford, very good closing run from him, and Shachar Sagiv from Israel tucked in there, but Lasse Nugard Priester for him, the German athlete wearing number 11, 1 month in 2021 just came together for him. Just 1 month, everything worked. With a first, this is in September 2021, a first in Hamburg, a first in Karlovy Vary. Now, the Karlovy Vary course, again, that's a connecting bike loop from the swim that takes you into the city, and then you've got this incredible course with probably one of the biggest hills on the circuit, apart from Arzakena, which they hit, I think, 6 or 7 times. And again, for him, that was a gold there. Then a gold in Balıkesir in Turkey, and then a 5th place at the World Triathlon Championship Series in Leeds last year. So Lasse Nugard Priester in a good position there. His run pace, we've seen if he can keep up with the likes of Mola and Brownlee and Grau and Serrat, then he's in contention. Leading group of just about 10 athletes there, hitting the hill for the first of the 7 climbs. By now the crowds will have grown as the age group athletes who raced earlier this morning have managed to get back to the hotel, get showered, come back, and of course words got round to those who didn't even know there was a triathlon taking place, and the streets are now lined. So as they enter now into the big square in front of the palace, seven of them in the lead, and who's that dropped off the back? Oh, that was the 7 that were chasing. Now for Mario Mola, it must be wonderful to think that he's racing alongside Johnny Brownlee again at this top level. If you look at the history of triathlon, particularly within Europe, you've got Mola and Brownlee, then you've got, in the past, We had the great battles between Javier Gomez and Alistair Brownlee, and also Johnny Brownlee. The three names together have really raised the profile of triathlon around the world. And having legends like this racing, legends, they're still quite young, but having legends like this racing at a European Championship, it's wonderful. It really is great. And so the home crowds in Madrid, they must be absolutely delighted to see in this leading group so many.
The first time I raced Mario was at the World Junior Championships in the Gold Coast, and that was our first big senior race, big serious race together. We kind of followed each other quite closely, so in 2011 we both had a good senior race in the London World Series. I was third and he was not that far behind, and I was really pleased to see him. And yeah, for our whole career we've been neck and neck and had some great races, and he's an incredible athlete. He's one of the fastest runners there's ever been in the sport. So my tactic has always been to swim fast, to bike hard, and to keep him a bit behind. Mario is better than me on the run. He's an unbelievably fast runner, off the bike and fresh. I think I'm better than Mario on the swim, and I've always been that way, and that's always been my tactic, to try and get ahead of him.
Well, there we had a very honest account from Johnny Brownlee. Mario's better than me on the run. Well, he wasn't that much better just now, but that's the start. And you got 39.5 kilometers of biking, followed by 10k on that final run, with the 4 climbs back up to the plaza in front of the palace. But the Spanish, they have really taken control of this, with their athletes so well placed in the lead group. Could this be the first time ever we see 3 Spanish athletes on the podium? Just seeing the uniform there of Adrien Brifford wearing number 5. It's good to see him racing, because last year in Arzachena he had an absolutely horrific crash. There he is on the left hand side of the picture. Arzachena, he just completely overcooked a corner at tremendous pace, and it was awful. But he's come back since then, with a gold in the European Cup in Alanya, and 6th place not so long ago in Yokohama at the WTCS event. He was also the winner of that race back in Cagliari 2017, and that was the near tragic event which saw young Alex Yee hit the deck and spend a few months in an Italian hospital. Again, Alex went on to bigger and better things since then, and has been back to score back-to-back wins in Cagliari this year and the year before. But Adrien Brifford, tucked in there now. Highest performance at the European Championship was 13th back in Kitzbühel. If he keeps this pace up, then he looks on form to get a better finish than that. For David Castro Fajardo, he's come back into form again. He had a period when it just wasn't quite working. The DNF that they had together with Serrat in Yokohama, that was through no fault of his own. There was a bike crash. They took several athletes out, so he had a DNF there. But he will be in a good frame of mind because of his position now in that group. Shachar Sagiv there from Israel, with Emil Holm just tucked in front. Emil Holm has, well, so far this year, the 10th place in Kaole, which is a dead flat race, that probably wasn't what he wanted. But he's had a couple of podiums, Swakopmund in Africa on the African Triathlon Cup circuit. That was a second place there. And last year, an 8th place on that very testing course in Azakena with what we think now is probably the biggest climb. But here they are, on that climb. We talked about a climb, and this is the climb that brings them back into the city. Grau, with Holm now behind him, Serrat just in front. The Spanish athletes very, very well placed here. And I'm sure they're going to be doing, if there's any team tactics being employed, then I'm sure they're going to be working very hard to ensure that Mario Mola is in a fine position at the end of the 39.5k bike course so that he can attack that 10k. But Johnny Brownlee sat there in 3rd place, Adrian Brifford leading them up the climb. Bit of a split in the group there. The Spanish athletes can't afford to let that happen. Oh, and perhaps the wrong gear selected there by Priester. What? That was a surprise to see him spat out the back so quickly. In fact, yes. Is there a technical problem with Priester's bike? Because he's dropped right off the pace there. In fact, Holm and Grau right off the pace. There's been an acceleration at the front of the group that has dropped athletes left, right and centre. Holm, Priester, Grau all off the pace now. Well, that's a real surprise. But I'm wondering if Priester disappearing off the back so dramatically, whether that was a mechanical on the bike. Oh, we heard from Johnny Brownlee a little bit earlier. I'm thinking that perhaps the next one we're going to hear from will be Mario Mola. Brifford moving just slightly out, having worked hard up the hill. Johnny Brownlee going to the front.
Jonathan no sea bueno. La verdad es que es uno de esos deportistas que ha marcado
Okay, but Mario was saying, it's hard to think of anything when he isn't. The truth is that he's one of those athletes who's marked an era in triathlon, along with his brother and his daddy, of course. Well, Johnny being one of the best swimmers and one of the main actors on the bike as well, destroying the peloton and doing the very hard race. Well, the number of races he's won them because of his fantastic run. They're one of the most complete triathletes who have ever been in the world. Well, I think that in the case of having to leave John behind, it means having to do it already in the running race. And from then on, work on the run and try to be better than
supone
him.
tener que hacerlo ya en carrera a pie y a partir de ahí trabajar a pie para intentar ser mejor que él.
I think each of them are being a bit polite about the abilities of each other. Mario Mola, we've seen him run again and again, and when he came onto the scene, he was clearly one of the fastest runners we'd had for a long time. What he said though about Johnny Brownlee in the bike, if the camera can pick it up, I'm sure there'll be lots of shouted commands from him, because if he feels that the pace is slacking off, he will be the first one to speak out and say, come on, we've got to start working harder. There'll be no place to rest. We've seen this from the two brothers again and again and again. There are never any passengers in a peloton when the Brownies are racing. like Simon Westermann just dropping off the back of that particular group. Emil Holm taking full advantage of the draft that is created by these athletes in front of him. You can see this is quite a technical race. On these open sections, this is where the power can really be put down, but also going into and coming out of those twists and turns, that's where the athletes are going to be testing each other and hopefully injecting a bit of pace that will take them away from any threat behind them. So for Shachar, last year on that very flat race in Kaoli, it was a bronze medal for him, and then with a 6th place in that equally flat course in Yenişehir in Turkey. We saw 2 recent races coming onto the calendar in Turkey with Balıkesir and Yenişehir, both extremely well organised events, and hopefully they'll be staying on the European calendar. A great opportunity for people to have a quality race in generally very hot conditions. The whole European race circuit is available for you to see. You can follow them on the Europe Triathlon website. As we said during the women's race, age groupers, we had a great opportunity with you guys yesterday to see how you felt about finishing a race, and it was wonderful that the microphone and the camera was given to the age groupers. If you want to race in Europe, look at the calendar, look at the races that are the European Cups and the World Cups on the European calendar, and generally the organisers will put on an open event alongside the elite event. That means you'll have the same transition area, the same blue carpet finish, and you have a chance to race at an excellent event on the continent. Mario Mola pushing the pace once again for the Spanish team, with Adrian Brifford edging alongside him. The young athlete there, Cantero, from Spain. There must be a wonderful opportunity here for the Spanish supporters to shout and cheer, because you've got so many of the athletes in the top end of this race now. And particularly for a young athlete, David Cantero del Campo, moving up from the junior ranks. And here we go. The beginning of the climb once again. Big shout out in this race again for the local authorities for really working so very well and so closely with the organisers. Shutting down a city centre like this. Well, okay, they've got over 2,000 athletes coming to race with their families, so there's a lot of income coming to the city, but the organisers really do have the municipality on their side. It's an iconic centre, and Madrid has been part of triathlon life now since 1992. We had our first international event there back in 1992 when it was a duathlon championships. And it's wonderful that every year athletes can come back here. Now, a bit of history for you. 10 years ago, this weekend, Johnny Brownlee won the race here. It was a triathlon, but he won the race. He's made a post this morning, or late last night, on the Facebook page for the Brownlee brothers, making a similar comment with a great photograph of him finishing. So, yeah, it would be rather nice for him, of course, to win today, but he's got a huge battle on against these powerful Spanish athletes who are racing on home soil. So we've got Guinness Grau, Cantero, and who's this who's dropped off? Serrat is not having the race of, oh dear. Looking as if he's in no man's land there and not looking very comfortable at all. I think that is Serrat. So there you have our lead group: Guinness Grau, Mario Mola, David Cantero del Campo, Emil Holm, Shachar Sagiv, and Johnny Brownlee. Oh no, we've had a he's down. That's two of the Brits who are down. That looked as if it might have been Ben Dykstra. So that's why Serrat was slowing down and had lost the pace to avoid the collision there of the two British athletes. We'll bring you an update if we hear anything to let you know.
Je viens pour courir, je viens pour m'amuser ici et pour faire la course. Après, bah oui, j'ai bien envie de faire un bon résultat parce que maintenant je suis dans les meilleurs, on va dire les 10-15 triathlètes meilleurs du monde.
Okay, Adrian is saying, I come here to run, I come here to have fun and to race. And after that, yes, I want to do well because I'm now on the top 15 to 10 athletes in the world. You always want to perform well, and I know there's always a chance of winning a medal, especially at the European Championships. I know that this year I have a good chance of winning a medal, so I'm going to go for the podium. That puts a bit of pressure on me. I've watched Adrian race a few times. I saw him race in Kiev when his final run was just so exciting that we were trying to work out where he would come on the podium, and his run pace and run style really was exciting to watch. So Adrian Rifford, we just heard from him, and there he is leading the group. Oh, look at those socks there from Shachar Sagiv. It is a bit odd seeing these top triathletes wearing socks, but that's because we're moving into a duathlon and added bit of comfort. It was 2015 that Brifod posted a fantastic result in Kiev, coming home in silver medal position. And of course, a big shout out to all of our athletes and members of the triathlon family in Kiev and in Ukraine. As you know, Europe Triathlon is fully behind you. And as we speak, there we see Vitaly Vorontsov in the blue and yellow uniform of Ukraine at the back of that peloton. So, Shahar Sagiv, Adrian Brifford, Johnny Brownlee. Johnny just stretching there a little bit. And I think if you look carefully at Johnny Brownlee, you can see that he's is he wearing a heart rate monitor? Yeah, looks like he is. Or is that just some elastic holding the uniform back? Anyway, Mola is there. Mola and Brownlee joking with each other, it seems, about who's the best. Two absolute legends there, but Grau and Del Campo and Holm and Shahar Sagiv. Well, having seen the way that these athletes have run the first 5K, it's going to be difficult to pick out a winner here. Songa Lehmann there wearing number 1 right at the back of that, or in the middle of that group, way off contention now. I don't think it's possible for a medal to come from that group, because in this leading group, as they make that climb and climb and climb, in this leading group you have the real creme de la creme of the runners. That pace is within this group. Hundreds of spectators now. Wow. So Shahar Sagiv on the left, Cantero there in the middle. One of the youngest athletes in the race, Cantero del Campo, born in 2003. Gosh. In fact, he is the youngest of the athletes, with Panagiotis Pitados from Greece. There we can hear now the crowds being whipped up into excitement by our race commentator, and they'll be looking to the right hand side just to see how many laps have been completed, how many to go. Coaches shouting out commands, giving them time splits. Three Spaniards in that leading group of 6, and 3 medals up for grabs. And this is our chase group, and you can see just how far off the leaders they are. We've got about 25, 30, 40 seconds, I think, between that lead peloton of 6, and actually more than that. We're talking now about nearly 50 seconds. You can see there are some wonderfully fast sweeping descents available to the athletes, but then you've got the mixture of surfaces as they come back, and the climb, of course. Hitting this climb 7 times. We heard from Lisa Terch, who we did think was probably going to win on the final run. She said that that hill really does take it out of you. The fastest run this morning for the women's race.
In the last weeks.
Here we go.
It was Yokohama and Kayari, where I could do pretty good and decent races. I'm very happy with those, and I hope on this weekend I also can achieve a good result. and these are very important races in the view of the Olympic Games next year. And I'm also very happy about that. We are a very strong nation as Hungary. At the moment we have 3 athletes in the top 30 at the Olympic qualification. That means 3 spots at the Olympics. I hope it stays like this and we can rock the Olympics.
Good to hear there from Tonga Lehmann. Just had a quick look at the results that are up online for the women's race, and you'll see that Jean-Léa had a 36:08 10k run this morning. That's impressive. Tonga Lehmann. Let's have a little bit of a look at him. He has done so very well. Career highlights: under 23 world champion 2021, silver medal in that category 2019, 2018 world junior champion. This year he's had a top 10 finish in both of his WTS races in Cagliari and Yokohama. And he's coached by his father, based in the triathlon capital of the world, which is Tiszaújváros in Hungary. In case you didn't know, you need to look up the history there. His first big breakthrough was taking the World Championship title back in 2018. Not in the mix at the moment because he's some 45-50 seconds off that leading group, but they've really been putting some work in there. Grau, Mola, Gandero del Campo, Holm, Shachar Sagiv and Johnny Brownlee keeping the pace high. There you see Johnny taking the fluids on. It's getting hotter and hotter out there. We are looking at probably 26-27 degrees now. But Emil Holm in a great position there. Again, one of the athletes who will look very carefully at the races that are available just outside Europe. So he's picked up first places in Dakhla in Africa, races in the Nelson Mandela Bay Premium Cup, Swakopmund, picking up points as he goes around. We don't have any update at the moment of the 2 athletes, but it was the 2 British athletes that we know were in that crash. As soon as we hear anything else, we'll keep you updated and let you know how they are. But I think it looked like Ben Dykstra and possibly Jack Willis or Dan Dixon. I'm not sure, but if we do hear anything, we will come back to you and keep you updated. Oh, Guinness Grau grabbing the leg. What does that mean? The fact that this is now turned into a duathlon doesn't in any way make it a lesser race, because as you can see, the pace that is being generated by these athletes is way up into the red if you had your heart rate monitor on, because racing a duathlon, yeah, you aren't swimming, but you're working really hard on the run, then you've got to go to the bike, and then you've got to run again. And if you miscalculate on that first run, you might be led into a false sense of security on the bike, and then you try and run off the bike, and it's just not going to work, especially when you're pushing at this level. We're on to the climb again. Once they get to the top of this, they'll hear the shouts and the screams from the race venue, the finish area, as the commentator gets the crowds going again. So our finish time was 1:59.52 for Jean-Léa, and just breaking the 2 hours was Lisa Tauch. Slightly miscalculated there. We thought we'd have a finish in about 1:50. We're 9 minutes off that. But for the men, between 1:45 and 1:50 is most certainly going to be their finish time. A bit of shouted encouragement there to Johnny Brownlee from the side. Spanish are certainly going to take the advantage of the home crowds here, but don't forget there's a huge contingent of British triathletes and their families that will be screaming and shouting for any of the Brits. But with Johnny Brownlee in that lead group now, and especially after his victory 10 years ago here, well, anything can happen. And it looks like one of these athletes is about to be lapped. You saw the athlete in front, Adrian Brifford, saying, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." That athlete will be taken off the course. This is something that technical officials will manage very carefully to avoid a slower athlete being caught up and creating a hazard to the faster moving athletes. In fact, it's a surprise to see that athlete still on the course there. The officials will get the athlete off the course in a safe location. So it may be that they just wanted to get him to one side there. But you could see the frustration of Adrian Brifford, clearly shouting out, move out, get out of the way. And the lapping is something that we'll always see on a multi-lap course with athletes at this level, especially after we've had the change of the swim being removed. Glorious weather now in Madrid for the spectators, and a little bit too hot perhaps for the athletes. So 10 years ago on this very course, Johnny Brownlee beat Javier Gomez, and he beat him quite convincingly. Johnny Brownlee's final 10k run here 10 years ago was 30 minutes and 27 seconds. Wasn't the fastest run of the day because Mario Mola was 15 seconds quicker than him. Mola just missing the podium back in 2013. The bike course was ever so slightly different back then. It was a slightly longer course. But again, Johnny Brownlee was there and significantly faster than Mola. There was a breakaway in that race, and Brownlee used every advantage he had to keep the position at the front and to run home with a 50-second advantage over Javier Gomez.
En France, on a vraiment un gros niveau de triathlon avec les meilleurs mondiaux qui sont pas là et qu'il faut.
We're hearing now from Paul Georgenton. In France, we have a really high level of triathlon with the best in the world who aren't here and who are also French. Today, I'm lucky enough to be here. I've had a good start to the season, so that's another reason why I'm here. It's not just luck, I made my own luck, as they say. We'll see how the race goes, but in my opinion, it's going to be every man for himself, even if we all respect each other enormously. After that, if we can help each other during the race, we will, but we'll work together. In my opinion, there won't be any team strategy for the race itself. And Paul Georgenton has moved up from being a very successful junior athlete. His first race ever was as a 7-year-old, but he started in football. Thankfully, he left football and came to triathlon. As a junior, he won the European Championships in Viet. Again, a pretty flat course, but he won that race there, 2019. He was runner-up in the Worlds in Gold Coast the year before that. Had a silver in Hamburg at the WTCS event in 2021. This year, top 10 finishes have come his way in both Caorle and Gartera, the 2 European Cup races earlier on this season. At the moment, Georgenton is nowhere near the leading group of 6. But look at this athlete here, number 52. In fact, it was 52 that was worn by Alistair when he came into transition in Cagliari 2-3 years ago, and he literally crossed the dismount line, dropped the bike at his position, and had his shoes on and left transition before the other guys wearing the lower numbers had even racked their bikes. Such was the skill and the speed and the chance of having number 52, which is just as you go into transition. So with Cantero, this could possibly work his way. But what a great performance from the young Spanish athlete here, with the very best in the world. There he is, and in an extremely good position that's going to possibly put him onto the podium. But 3 Spanish athletes in that leading group of 6. Westerman had a bit of a dark patch earlier in the race, but there he is just behind Tsonga Lehmann. Westerman, the Swiss athlete. Mark de Vai tucked in there with the Hungarian uniform, and Panagiotis Pitadis there from Greece, with Vorontsov right towards the back of that group. That's the chasing peloton, moving at incredible pace still, but away off this leading group of 6. Last calculation was about 45 to 50 seconds, and I think realistically no one in that group is going to be able to run 50 seconds out of the likes of Brifford, Moller, Grau, Brownlee. So on this bike course, we had the 3.1k to take us from Casa de Campo to the city, and then it's 7 laps out on the bike course, hitting the climb once more. This really is making the legs work. In some respects, it's similar to the race in Cagliari when it first started, with that massive climb up to the Citadel. And Adrian Rifford taking it away. It was back in 2017 that Adrian Rifford made it a Swiss double in Cagliari with his win but he's made an attack here. Is it really just to up the pace, or is it to tell everyone? No, he's just up the pace. What he's done, he's accelerated and he's drawn the rest along with him. So 2 laps to go, 5 down, 2 to go. And he has created some disruption there. 4. Yeah, he has in fact split that leading group. Now, there's, as they leave the Palacio on the descent, there's a good chance that they will regroup. But the injection of pace has taken the leaders further away from that chasing group. And this section here is a very, very fast section. There's virtually no imperfections at all in the surface. It's beautifully smooth, and thankfully the rain has kept off. As you can see now, they're grouping back together. Luckily the rain has kept off, because that section there, well, it could be really quite dicey out on the bike. And this is the chase group. You can see just how far behind they are. So we're an hour into the race, and the leading group of 6, having taken command of the bike very, very soon after T1, they have not let up. They have been pushing the pace, constantly working to build as big a advantage as possible over the chasing athletes. But within that group of 6 are the 3 Spanish athletes, Grau, Mola, and Cantero del Campo. There must be a hope that they're going to get at least 1 medal. But then against the fast pace of Briford, Chachar, Sagiv, and of course Brownlee, and even Emil Holm, there's no indication as to whether they're going to get a medal or indeed the title. But I think if you look at the pedigree of Mola coming here with already the duathlon title, and I think he'll be quite hungry to make this title his own, because having got the world title in Ibiza not so long ago, a bronze in Kaole probably wasn't what he was expecting. So by coming here and having the chance to add this as a win, let's just see what happened to that race in Kaole, because I'm surprised, given his run-bike run combination, that he was unable to get onto the top place there. Yeah, the race in Kaole was a sprint distance championship, so for him that he was okay on the run. He was able to perform well, but against Benjamin Choquer from France, who is just so incredibly powerful on the run, it didn't quite work for him. So he was a few seconds off the pace there, or literally 3 seconds off the pace. So today could be the opportunity for Mario Mola to put another crown into his collection. But there's no let up on the pace. Switzerland, Israel, Spain, Denmark and Great Britain, all in the mix for the medals. And they'll be hearing the bell the next time they go past the finish line. This is our chasing peloton, with once again Panagiatis Bitardos in the front, working hard. Songa Lehmann edging up on the outside. Pevsov tucked in there. Knabel there from Austria. Vorontsov from Ukraine. And was that Krokchani or was it Azzaro? Shachar Sagiv saying, come on guys, it's time you went up to the front, and Adrian Brifford says, thank you very much, I will. By keeping the peloton rolling like this, changing at the front, keeping the pace high, as a group they'll move along a lot quicker and create an even bigger gap between them and the chasers. Mola edging up on the outside now. Brownlee and Mola at the front. Yeah. This is going to be a showdown. So, the beginning of the climb. They'll be doing this climb now and one more time, and then it's out onto the 10k run. So we're still waiting for some confirmation from the field of play about the two British athletes. We are pretty sure it was Ben Dykstra and either Daniel Dixon or Jack Willis. So it would appear that they're out of the race, and if we do get an update, we'll give it to you as soon as we get it. So and that's Felix Duchamp racing now for Romania, and it looks like he's, as you see the official pointing to one side, Duchamp is going to be lapped. That's a disaster for him. So Felix Duchamp moved off the course because the leaders are pushing the pace so much that they've caught him up. Cantero del Campo, look at that, attacking on the hill. And at the bottom of the hill now, at the bottom of the climb, is that big chase peloton. Oh, that was Crociani in that chasing group, the great swimmer Crociani. So they'll be hearing the bell now, seeing number one. That means that's it. One lap to go. Still that same six all together. So sub 150 is looking very much a likelihood now. And as you can see on these downhill sections, the leading group, they're not hanging back at all. They're really working hard. Johnny Brownlee moving wide there to allow the lead to be taken over by Mola again, I think. So we've heard from all of our pre-interviewed elite male athletes. The focus is now on the final stages of the bike. They're on the flat section now before they head back towards the last of the climbs, and then it will be a quick transition and off to the 4 laps of 2.5k for the final 10k run. 6 athletes, 3 medals, 3 Spaniards within that group of 6. So Cantero del Campo, he's pulled away again. He attacked on the hill and he's pulled away again, and he's created some space. My maths is bad. 7, in fact, because we've got Adrian Briffod tucked in there. So of the 7 athletes at the front who've been in this position throughout the race, there's only 3 medals available. Time now for Johnny Brownlee to put the foot down and to push the pace on the flat section, looking over his shoulder just to make sure if anyone's coming with him, and the one to go with him is Adrian Briffod with Shachar Sagiv, followed by the young athlete Cantero. Never far away though, Mario Mola. And we saw Guinness Grau grabbing his left calf, and now it's his right thigh. So whether he's beginning to suffer a bit, whether he's not taken on enough fluids and he's beginning to cramp, he'll find out soon as he puts his shoes on, because as he points his toes into the shoes, that's when the cramp's likely to kick in. So fingers crossed that's not going to be the case. If he gets the fluids going, well, it's not going to be easy. Back in the square, we can hear the crowds beginning to get ready for the athletes as they come into transition number 2. Yep, looks like Grau is off the back of the pace now, so 7 became 6. That cramp must be really, really biting hard, because he's now dropped back, what, 15, 20, 30 metres? Emil Holm stretching his back there. Shachar taking on some fluids, just cooling down the back. But that was Guinness Grau coming off the back of that group, and seemingly now no longer in contention. So one of the Spanish athletes has dropped off. They won't be waiting for him, not at all. The pace is continuing. Johnny Brownlee again pushing hard just to edge the pace up. And here we begin the climb. So Mola and Cantero del Campo, both in the low 50s, 52 and 53. They're going to be racking their bikes ahead of the other athletes. Will they be in their shoes and running before Johnny Brownlee gets the bike into the racks? Slight adjustment there of the gears. Mola's looking down at the gears. What's happening there? This is not going to plan for him, and Mola has been dropped. Now, is that a mechanical on the bike, or is it a leg problem? He keeps looking down at the bike. Is there something wrong? But he's losing contact with them. First we saw Grau, now we're seeing Mola. Dismount line coming up, crowds getting excited. Technical officials getting ready. and into transition off the bikes. Brifford, Brownlee, Shachar Sagiv, and it's Brifford out first. Brifford out first, Brownlee behind, Shachar Sagiv following, Emil Holm just behind him, and Del Campo. Cantero Del Campo is fourth out of transition. Fifth out of transition. Holm in a great position there. But this chase group now, they've actually caught up in the final stages. Schomburg is very strong there through transition out onto the run now. Pintados, Panagiotis Pintados, look at that, 10th place. Morlec from France in 9th. Crociani has a great performance there, bringing himself up to 8th position overall. On the run now, we see in the distance Brifford, Holm, Brownlee, Sagiv and Cantero. And Sagiv looks as if he's beginning to struggle already, with Cantero edging up behind him. But in front, Emil Holm, Brifford and Brownlee in the 3 leading positions. Mola is way off the pace. Shachar Sagiv just holding that 4th place. Alois Knabel there from Austria on that downhill section just behind Vorontsov. But it's Brifford leading, Brownlee in 2nd place, Holm in 3rd. And both Brifford and Brownlee run in a similar style, very, very light on the toes. Brifford glancing over his shoulder just to work out who the threat was behind. No surprise for him then that it's Brownlee. They're beginning, I think, to drop Emil Holm. Yep, Emil Holm has been dropped by the 2 leaders. This is a great, it really is great to see Adrian Briffeld back racing at this level, because the crash, you can see it if you want to, for the coverage from the Azakena race last year. It was on one of the very, very fast descents. He managed to go right the way across the road and across a wall. It was awful to see, and he did damage himself quite badly, but seeing him recover and come back to be racing at this level, alongside there with Johnny Brownlee, who's now edged into the front. Emil Holm has pulled back. Well done. The escape of the 2 at the front wasn't quite as dramatic, and Emil Holm is still in contention. And on the dead turn already down at the bottom, they've been able to see just how far in front they are of the huge peloton behind them. So that's 1¼ kilometres, no, less than that. That's just over a kilometre done now, or just over a kilometre to go on this first lap. So this morning, had some good times in Madrid, says Johnny. Looking forward to racing here again tomorrow. And you can see him with the finish tape in his hands. And at the moment, here he is 10 years later, leading the race, having raced 30 minutes and a little bit on this course. Brifford not giving up though, keeping him in his sights, running on his shoulder. A big threat to Johnny Brownlee with Adrian Brifford so close there. Grabbing the water. The temperature's a lot hotter now than it was for the women's race. Emil Holm now, that gap is growing, about 15 meters now he's lost. So just looking at Jonathan Brownlee's first ever race on the international circuit was in Salford as a Junior European Cup, came home in silver. Salford, what a great race that used to be. Then unfortunately he had a DNF at the World Championships in 2006. Now 2006 was the year in Lausanne that his brother won the juniors, that Will Clark won the under-23s, and Tim Don won the elite race. A clean sweep for Team GB. But between the two of them, I think if you were to look at families and triathlon, there's no question that the Brownlee family, proudly from Yorkshire, all that hill running and fell running as kids, cross-country races, it's all come together, and they are the most successful family in triathlon, and now giving so much back to the world of triathlon with the Brownlee Foundation. And a big shout out to a figure who's very important in this foundation, Jasmine Flatters, formerly president of British Triathlon. Jasmine is one of the trustees of the foundation and has worked very hard to ensure that the very best quality coaching, support and development is given to the young and upcoming athletes that Johnny and Alistair together are encouraging. So once again, the graphics, don't pay too much attention to those, they're giving us a bit of a misleading story. But Adrian Brifford now edging back into the front, he and Jonathan Brownlee pushing the pace, really upping the pace and taking them further away from Emil Holm, who is currently in third place, but is aware that behind him is the threat of the Spanish athlete, the young junior athlete moving up now to the elite category, David Cantero del Campo, on his shoulders. In fact, no, I think we might actually see, is that Mauler who's moved up through the pack? Holm has lost that third place. And he's lost that third place to Fajardo. Trying to pick out the images there, but if that's David Fajardo, he's done extremely well. David Castro Fajardo has come up, I think, into the bronze medal position. Look, Cantero has still got some work to do to catch up to Emil Holm, but Holm has lost that bronze medal position to a Spanish athlete who has come from the chase pack. Wow, that is an incredible run from him, and a great confidence booster. David Castro Fajardo had a couple of years when things weren't really going his way, but has since then has really managed to focus. A good win for him in the Oceania Cup in February in Taupo. Came on the back of him also having a great win in Vina del Mar and a top 5 finish at the WTS race in Cagliari last year in October. So gradually things are coming back into order for him. Winner of the national championships in Spain in August last year, so currently the reigning Spanish champion. He was also one of the athletes who was out of the race in Yokohama and had a bit of a bad race in Cagliari. So coming here today, putting to bed all of those ghosts, David Castro Fajardo has had a tremendous run off the bike in that chase group, and he's now edged up, we think, into 3rd place. But Johnny Brownlee just pushing the pace a little bit more and going ahead of Adrian Brifford. Cantero gradually reeling in Emil Holm there on his shoulders now. Holm looking over his shoulder, realizing that there's a threat behind him. This is a wonderful performance from David Castro Fajardo, and I know that there's going to be a lot of people really reaching out to him now, because the times when he's not had good races have not been good times for him. But this, as the reigning Spanish champion, and now coming here and having such a good performance, coming off the bike as part of the chase group and bridging the gap up to these guys to move into 3rd place, that's a tremendous performance from him. But at the front of the race once again, Johnny Brownlee and Adrian Brifford together, keeping the pace high, grabbing the water. Good, get the water inside you, Johnny and Adrian. Quite a twisting, turning technical section there, and back onto that relentless surface, which is now going to be very much hotter than it was earlier this morning. So just slightly under halfway around the race. The jostling for position at the front here between Brifford and Brownlee is really exciting. But look at this. David Castro Fajardo has seen how far behind he is, and he's bridging that gap. He's getting closer and closer to the leaders. This is an outstanding run from him. And the crowd's behind him, and behind him we also see Cantero has now moved up into 4th place. This is a real threat. If you look at the way, the pace that David Castro Fajardo has put into this run, off the bike, from the chase group, to move up into 3rd place, this is a very serious threat to the leaders. Oh wow. Well, they're heading now down towards the dead turn, and I know the camera angle does sort of foreshorten the distance, but this is a real threat, and they'll see as they on that turn. He's 6 seconds behind them, and they will see this and realize what is happening behind them. My goodness, this is an exciting race. Having seen the way that the leading group of 7 appeared to pull away and to have created such a lead that it seemed impossible that anybody from that group behind could even consider getting a medal, to see David Castro Fajardo now coming so much up to the lead. Again, the graphics, I'm afraid we've got some glitches in the system here. The graphics, ignore them, because the real race is Adrian Brifford leading, Jonathan Brownlee in 2nd place, David Castro Fajardo in 3rd place. So Switzerland, Great Britain and Spain. And that gap is getting shorter and shorter and shorter as Castro Fajardo edges closer and closer. Look at this now. Can the 2 athletes in front do anything? It's amazing to see the way that the Spanish athlete has raced his heart out to get up here. Easing up now on the descent, letting gravity do its work. And here he is, he's joined them. And that's Tomas Sigmund from Příbram in central Bohemia from the Czech Republic, just being lapped by the leaders. 3, Switzerland, Spain, Great Britain. 3 medals available. What an incredible run. I think the fastest run of the day, when we look at the stats afterwards, will be from David Castro Fajardo. He's bridged that gap. He's run faster than anyone so far. In 4th place, but quite a way back at the moment, is the young, promising athlete from Spain. And that is David Cantero del Campo. Good future ahead of him if he keeps this up with his junior performances. He's now translating that junior winning streak to a high quality elite performance. But look at this. Johnny Brownlee very sensibly sitting behind the 2 of them, watching. He'll be watching now for any indication from the body language that there's a weakness. Because I think if you look at the pedigree between all of these 3 athletes, if it comes to a sprint, you've got the home crowd behind Castro, you've got the determination to win from Brifford, but you've got the sprint ability from Brownlee. And all the experience, all these years of racing. Now coming up to the far end of the run course. And you can see now, this is Sigmund from the Czech Republic. The three leading athletes passed him a short while ago, but if you look now just how far ahead they are, I think they're increasing the pace. The presence of David Castro Fajardo has injected pace into this leading group. There's a little bit of a blind spot on this course as the athletes go down to that far turn point. There's a bit of a blind spot as they loop around where they can't see the athletes who are immediately behind them. That looked like André Dias from Portugal, one of the younger athletes. Having a great opportunity of racing at the European Championships. And back in the square we can hear the commentators telling everybody what a great performance we're seeing from David Castro Fajardo. So the crowds will be ready to give him as much noise as possible. That looks like Leon Pauger there from Austria. Right. Adrian Brifford's running style, he's so very, very light on his toes. I've just gone past the feed station. And that looks just as if it's James Edgar from Ireland. And James, he's actually, I think yes, that's right. Former 5K and 10K Ulster and Northern Ireland champion. He's moved across to Spain now, having finished his studies at Queen's University. Has been picking up the points, a gold and a couple of bronzes this year, racing on the African circuit. But the leaders now carving past the tail enders of the race. Magnificent support out there. Gültigen Er there in the Turkish uniform. And that looks like Polikarpenko running in the Italian uniform to the right. I think they'll probably be catching Gültigen Er and possibly also Polikarpenko. Michał Oliver, Poland, powerful in the water but suffering in the heat today. Oh, this doesn't look good for our Estonian athlete. The heat really kicking in there. And the reigning Estonian national champion really suffering there. I dare say they're suffering as well. Fajardo, Castro Fajardo, Brifford and Brownlee. My goodness, they're going to possibly lap Richard Varga. Richard Varga, European champion from the win in Tartu a few years ago. It just goes to show, when you take the swim element out of a European Championship, it throws everything into the air. Race leaders getting all the cheers, hearing the bell. Incredible. 2.5 kilometers to go. And these three guys have absolutely smashed the course, taken the lead. The pace, the injection of pace since Castro joined them has been immense. A pat on the back there from Richard Varga, long-time swim training partner of the Brownlees, lived up in Leeds with them for a long time. Our fourth placed athlete there, Cantero, quite some way off the pace. I don't think a medal's going to be up for grabs for him today, but my goodness, the pace we've seen from Castro, quite amazing. Now, if Johnny Brownlee's going to kick, is he going to kick at the bottom of the hill? Is he going to kick when they get to the top? Is he going to kick on the turn? Or is the kick going to come from the home crowd favourite at the moment, Castro? Can Brifford do it? It really is up in the air at the moment. So since 1992, this magnificent venue has been a go-to race for athletes from around the world. 10 years ago on this course, slightly longer bike course, Jonathan Brownlee won the race, beating the home favourite Mario Mola. But today, with the water quality not in our favour, Run Bike Run was on the cards. We've seen an exciting race created by an attack at the front with 7 athletes breaking away, pushing the pace, but behind them, eventually a huge peloton came into transition, having eaten into that lead, and from that group, David Castro-Fajardo, Mola right off the pace now. We saw him earlier looking at the bike, thinking it was possibly a mechanical, but there, little tap on the leg, he's beginning to suffer. And he's nowhere near the medals. It won't even be a top 10 finish for him at this rate. But I'm sure he'll be delighted to see his teammate, David Castro-Fajardo, having put in this top shelf run off the bike today, to be leading the race and possibly in with a chance for a gold. Now the tent we saw just to the left there is the penalty box. I didn't see any numbers on the penalty board. There's no communication from the field of play that there've been any penalties, so hopefully the top 3 should be able to get all the way down to the finish without any penalties. Right, they've gone round the turn point, so it's just about a kilometre to go. When is the kick going to happen? Who is going to kick? And will it work? We saw this morning the 2 athletes, Jeanne Lair and Lisa Tertsch. On paper, it really would have been Lisa Tertsch to win the race because she's been running faster than Jeanne Lair from Luxembourg. But the German athlete wasn't quite prepared for the kick that Jeanne Lair from Luxembourg put in, and she put that kick in at the perfect moment. And once she started to pull away, there was no answer. Cantero del Campo now in 4th place, looking quite strong. That 4th place looks good for him. If anything, the pace has increased there with Johnny Brownlee and David Castro-Fajardo edging forwards. Adrian Brifford still in contention, but just at the back there. From their position on the course now, they can hear the noise that's coming from the Palazzo above them. Now you see 1 kilometre to go. Less than 1 kilometre, sorry, that's the feed station. Choosing not to take any fluids on at the moment. They'll have a twisting turning section with some very hot flat paving slabs to run across, and then they'll start the climb. And the kick has started, or not so much of a kick, just a slight depression of the accelerator there from Jonathan Brownlee, with David Castro behind him. Adrian Brifford not at the moment responding. A lot of pressure on both of these athletes at the moment. Castro because it's his home crowd. Johnny Brownlee because he won here 10 years ago, and because Johnny Brownlee always puts pressure on himself to race because that's what he does very well. The pressure will make him race hard. But the two of them together, giving the crowd the most exciting race you can imagine. Is that position the right one for Johnny Brownlee with Castro on your shoulder? If anything, Castro looks more relaxed. Now, all those years of fell running up in Yorkshire, is that going to work to his advantage? Is he going to use that power? Oh yes, he is, and Castro looks as if he's puffing. Adrian Brifford looks like he's going to have to settle for third place. A bronze medal at the European Championships looks as if it's good for him. Now it's the final push to the finish, right the way down here, and then there's a dead turn and then a sprint down to the finish line. Lebanon from Israel on the right hand side, enjoying the atmosphere at the moment because everyone's shouting and cheering, but behind him he can see the leaders of the race and realise just how far off the pace he is. But the two of them, Johnny taking the inside line, that's the sensible move to make because that will turn to the left. He wants to have that position as they get into the dead turn. Castro, oh my word, he's kicked and he's gone. How incredible was that? The home crowd is working for Castro. He's going to pull away. He's going to take all the way down to the finish. This is going to be a home victory for the Spanish athlete, David Castro Fajardo. What a fantastic moment on Spanish soil. A Spanish title goes to David Castro Fajardo, beating Jonathan Brownlee into silver medal position. What a glorious moment for him. And there, on the finish line, David Castro Fajardo, European champion. Silver medal to Johnny Brownlee. Bronze medal, Switzerland, Adrian Brifford. What an incredible race. I can't wait for the interviews. Pascal Salamin will be going down to the interview position very soon, but my goodness, that was so exciting. And for the home crowds, what more could they possibly want? A Spanish victory on Spanish soil in the heart of triathlon, Madrid. Look at this, David Castro Fajardo, he is overjoyed, and rightly so. Look, when you get a chance later, look at the stats, look at his run time, because this is going to be an exceptional performance from him. Congratulations between the two of them there. That was a well-deserved victory. The coach Iñaki there, overjoyed. A bit of banter there between the two of them. But really supporting coach there from Iñaki. He's always been there for the athletes. He works so hard to make sure they are in the best position when they get there, physically and mentally, with all the support behind them. And today everything has come together for David Castro Fajardo to take that win. Arnaud Mengal from Belgium. That's a very good performance from him. Under 23 world champion from the win in Pontevedra. That's a great result from Belgium. Now the women's results were up in record time, so it's a big thanks. Look at this, that kick took place just at the right moment, into the shadow, bang, off he went. And oh, wow. How much of that was pure adrenaline? How much of that was the crowds? Look at the atmosphere there. Mark Devay, yep, swimmer, can't swim today, but Mark Devay was nominated as the Athlete of the Year. I think it was when the President's Conference took place in Dublin. Consistently racing at all of the European events, consistently first out of the water or second out of the water. He turned up to the President's Conference, and if you ever wanted somebody to take over the position of James Bond, you look at Mark Devay in a dinner suit. He's dressed to kill. Now the technical officials there trying to get the athletes out of the finish area as quickly as possible. And here we are down at the finish. Okay, so we've tried to get that interview running again. We've just had a bit of a glitch. The connection between the camera at the interview position hasn't linked up, so we're going to retry that in just a second. The technical guys are frantically doing what technical guys do, and as soon as we can get that running again, we'll see Pascal Salamin, Executive Board Member for Europe Triathlon, doing the interview with our European champion, David Castro. And then hopefully you'll move on to Johnny Brownlee and of course Adrien Briffod. But it's been Pascal Salamin organising the media team behind here.
So Davide, once again, how easy was it today? It was easy.
Well, I think it's the race more difficult in my life. The first run is very hard for me. In the second group, I don't feeling good. In the bike, in the hills, in very bad sensation. And the second 2 laps, my coach and the people say me the first group is near, and in the run, the last run, the first lap, I feel good. My legs is good. Johnny and the Swiss boy near, and the last 5 kilometers together, and the last 200 meters sprint, I focus in the finish line. I'm very happy for the win.
And voy a hablar un poco en español.
Sí, nada, ha sido una carrera súper bonita. No iba a venir a Madrid a correr porque iba a ir a Yokohama y Cagliari, pero por circunstancias no pude acabar. O sea, venía aquí un poco a volver a tener la esencia competitiva, y qué mejor que una carrera tan dura, porque la he pasado muy mal desde el principio, así que esto me vale para mí, para que hay que aguantar, y si aguantas y tienes la mentalidad positiva, al final puedes conseguir el mejor resultado de tu vida.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Johnny.
A big thank you there to Pascal for conducting such an interview with such an excited man, and right to be excited and delighted after that performance. He's now trying to grab hold of Johnny Brownlee to bring him to the podium, and as soon as that's ready, we'll hear from our silver medal winner, Jonathan Brownlee.
Hi Johnny, you told me in the interview 2 days ago everything was possible on that race. What were your feelings? You were telling me about the swim, that you would make a distance, no swim.
Yeah, well, unfortunately it wasn't a triathlon, but these things happen in our sport. We compete outside and things change, so that's a shame. But as athletes you have to adapt, and we still want to race, and we had an incredible venue to race in front of, and a good crowd, and I was just enjoying racing again and being at the front.
How was it? I mean, I've seen people with so much difficulties with their legs. No problem for you?
Oh, well, yes, there was a problem for me. I haven't done a triathlon, I don't think, for probably 15 years or something, and I've never done one that distance. The first run was hard, and then because I'm fit, I could recover on the bike a little bit, but we pushed the bike really hard up the hill, and then yeah, I think we probably pushed it a bit too hard up the hill, and we didn't work very efficiently. The group behind seemed to have a lot easier bike, and but then the run was just hard. But I enjoyed the tactical race.
I've seen you with a smile sometimes, so I think it was great.
No, I really enjoyed it. I love racing at the front, and I love racing hard, and that's what I did.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear there from Johnny Brownlee, and saying out it wasn't his race preparation to come here for a duathlon, but he pushed himself hard, and the result was a silver medal for him. We will hopefully as well hear from Adrien Briffaut, who was the bronze medal winner.
Brings us a second bronze medal for Switzerland. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good, I just keep the pace on the first 5k, just behind and not go in front, because I know I have good legs for the bike. On the bike, on the second and third hill, I just push myself a bit harder, like to try to push the other behind on maybe a smaller group. We take a lot of time, like till the 6th lap. On the 7th last lap, I just chill a bit out, because I want to have a better fresh leg, we will say, on the run. But it was pretty bad, because I pushed maybe a bit too hard on some lap on the bike. And I just, like on the first 2 laps on the run, just keep a tempo, like I feel good. When Castro pass, I just keep inside of him or behind, till on the end of the last lap they try to push away, but my legs was dead. I think maybe a bit too hard on the run, but on the bike. But for me, it's great race, pretty good result. So it was okay, and I'm pretty happy with that.
Félicitations. Maintenant, on va dire quelques mots pour le public francophone qui t'écoute. C'était une course super dure. On a vu des gens qui ont craqué, des crampes et tout. Tu peux nous raconter un peu tout ça en français?
Alors c'est parti très vite en course à pied. Je crois qu'à la montre j'avais 2,53 le premier 5 kills, donc c'était assez rapide. Mais j'étais encore assez bien. J'ai dit je reste derrière, j'essaie pas d'aller devant pour essayer de garder de bonnes jambes pour le vélo. En vélo, j'ai quand même pas mal été fort dans les montées pour essayer d'avoir un plus petit groupe et de prendre du temps, de bien rouler après, mais il n'y avait pas tout le monde qui bossait. Ça m'a un peu énervé, mais j'étais obligé pour essayer de prendre du temps. Et dans le dernier tour, je voulais un peu récupérer les jambes, donc j'ai un peu moins poussé. Je pense qu'on a perdu pas mal de temps dans le dernier tour, 20-30 secondes je crois. Et puis après, en course à pied, j'ai essayé de partir tranquille, on va dire un rythme, pas forcément tranquille, mais contrôlé. Donc on s'est vite retrouvé avec Johnny, et puis après il y a Castro qui nous a rejoint. Là c'est un peu accéléré, j'étais encore assez bien, mais je voyais que les jambes étaient lourdes, donc c'était quand même dur sur la fin, et puis voilà.
Merci beaucoup et félicitations.
Merci bien.
I think the message we got from all of our athletes is that it's a lot tougher today racing here, because that opening 5k run at tremendous pace, then the leg sapping 7-lap climb of that hill up to the Palacio, and then with the final 10k again with those ascents, it really was a tough race, and well-deserved victories here. Not the victories that anybody would have expected. I think a lot of people were expecting to see certainly Johnny perhaps as the winner, or Mola as the winner, but instead the victory goes to Spain, but it goes to David Castro Fajardo, who had the run of his life today. And the results, they're not up yet, but they will be up very, very soon. Once the last athletes cross the finish line, they will be checking the results, ironing out any glitches, and they'll be published on the results page for Europe Triathlon. Take a look there. and just see how fast this man's run was. Absolutely delighted, and well deserved that victory. Johnny Brownlee, next race up, I think, will be on the WTS circuit, so watch out for him. And also watch out for Adrian Brifford, who's come back from really one of the most awful crashes I'd seen in a long time, to come back here and to race and to take a podium finish at the European Championships. So Shachar Sagiv dropping off the pace there, showing how hot and difficult it was. Mario Mola coming in 20th. This, I think, is our Irish athlete. Oh, so it wasn't Daniel Dixon who crashed. It might have been Jack Willis. Still waiting to hear. I dare say if you go to the British Triathlon pages, you'll find the update about the two British athletes who went down. But there, ladies and gentlemen, two exciting races from the Europe Triathlon Championships in Madrid. Go to the YouTube page, click on there. It's free. You don't need to pay any subscriptions, and you can see the interviews that took place yesterday with the age group athletes, conducted by Chris Kitchen, Vice President of European Triathlon. Get a feel of how they reacted to their races. You can watch these races again, both of them, once the YouTube process has done whatever it does, and you can enjoy the exciting race we saw this morning with the women and the exciting race